Chapter 146. At noon, a thick fog suddenly rose from the surface of the 100-grass lake. This fog was very strange. Even though everyone used a strong gust of wind, they were unable to dissipate the fog in the slightest. It was as if this fog did not belong to the same world as them. Just as everyone was feeling pressured, within the center of the fog, there was a 5-colored light. A 5-colored door gradually emerged. The 100 Herbs Gate has appeared. The 4 sects gathered towards the 100 Herbs Gate. This 100 Herbs Gate has the ability to teleport through space. Those who enter will be teleported to different locations. Remember what I've said. Don't cause trouble, and don't be afraid of trouble. If you meet people from the 3 sects, try not to fight if you can avoid it. But if you have to fight, then do your best to show your might. As for the specific situation, I'll leave it to you. Also, try to find opportunities to raise your strength in there. If there are any herbs that can directly raise your cultivation or physique, take them out. Anyway, you have to ensure your own lives. I hope that all 10 of you can come out alive. Right now, the 100 Herbs Gate was slowly opening. The Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples rushed out and entered the gate. Azure Water sect's Lu Wuhuang was the first to rush out, followed by Xiao Libi. In a blink of the eye, the 4 inner sect disciples all entered the 100 Herbs Gate. Since the 3 of you are idling outside, why not have a bet? Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect Grand Elder, Wei Yiping grinned. What kind of bet? He Lianhu's eyes lit up. Zhao Wujin and the Spirit Hidden sect's old hag looked over too. Wei Yiping said, let's have a contest. Which of the 4 sects has the least casualties? The sect with the least casualties will be the final winner. For every disciple that dies, the other 3 sects will have to fork out 1 million gold coins to the winner. I'll bet. He Lianhu immediately said. My Spirit Hidden sect cannot possibly lose. I'll bet too. The Spirit Hidden sect's old hag is very confident in her disciples. The Spirit Hidden sect specializes in sneak attacks and would rarely put themselves in danger. Since the 3 of you are participating, I have no reason not to. A few million gold coins meant nothing to Zhao Wujin. Even if it was 10 million gold coins, it would only make his heart ache. Of course, he didn't wish to be the loser. As compared to the gold coins, the value of Li Fuqian and the others was obviously higher. Very good. It seems that you are all quite confident. Unfortunately, confidence is useless. Just wait to give me gold coins. Wei Yiping was in an extremely good mood. In his opinion, the 3 sects would lose without a doubt. Each sect had given him a few million gold coins, which added up to more than 10 million gold coins. No one will know the result until the very end. Zhao Wujin sneered. In the 100 Herbs secret realm, the density of the heaven and earth spiritual qi was unimaginable. It was even several times denser than Shoshua town. Cultivating here, there was no need for qi cultivating pills, and one could improve at the best speed. If I were to cultivate in the secret realm for a year or so, it wouldn't be difficult for me to advance to the Disha realm. Slowly landing from the sky on a grassland, Li Fuqian secretly thought. That's impossible, right? The moment he landed, Li Fuqian's eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. All the grass on the grassland was actually medicinal herbs. Even though they were all low-tier yellow rank herbs, each of them was only worth 2 to 3 gold coins. However, it was impossible to count how many medicinal herbs there were in an entire grassland. There are gold coins everywhere. Since coming to the 100 Herbs secret realm, this was the first time Li Fuqian lost his composure. Trying his best to calm himself down, Li Fuqian let out a bitter laugh. Even though the ground was filled with gold coins, he couldn't bring them all away. The storage bag was only 1 meter in size. Even if it was filled with yellow class, low-tier herbs, it wouldn't be able to hold much. What's more, he couldn't possibly keep all the yellow class, low-tier herbs. A single mystic class, low-tier herb was worth 10,000 stalks of yellow class, low-tier herbs. Which was why harvesting mystic class herbs was the way to go. Forget it, I shall not look at them. Li Fuchen tried his best to treat the herbs beneath his feet as normal weeds. The grassland was huge, even after walking for an hour, he still wasn't able to walk out. This is the 7-star Earth Lotus, Mystic Class, Low Tier, valued at 20,000 gold coins. This is the Bull Calf Flower, Mystic Class, Low Tier, valued at 15,000 gold coins. This is the Green Vine Fruit, Mystic Class, Low Tier, valued at 25,000 gold coins. The rumors weren't wrong. Within the 100 Herbs secret realm, Mystic Class herbs were common. In just an hour, Li Fuchen found several stalks of Mystic Class, Low Tier herbs. It was equivalent to picking up 60,000 to 70,000 gold coins. As he walked, Li Fuchen found a demonic beast. This was a Class 2 high-tier demonic beast, the Blood Kirin. This type of demonic beast loved meat and was an extreme carnivore. But at this moment, the Blood Kirin was frenziedly gnawing on the grass, as though it was eating a delicacy. Li Fuchen laughed. It seemed like these demonic beasts that mistakenly entered the 100 Herbs secret realm were attracted by the herbs on the ground. Be it the carnivorous demonic beasts or the herbivorous demonic beasts, they were all gnawing on the grass. Lifting its head, the Blood Kirin noticed Li Fuchen. With a flash of viciousness in its eyes, the Blood Kirin pounced at Li Fuchen. A carnivorous demonic beast was ultimately a carnivorous demonic beast. When it saw a delicacy like a human, its instinctive appetite would be triggered. Li Fuchen remained indifferent and continued to walk. Bang! Just as the Blood Kirin was about to bite Li Fuchen's body emitted a blazing intent that could destroy all living beings, sending the Blood Kirin flying. Before it even landed on the ground, it was already dead. Its entire body was charred black and emitting smoke. The scales had fallen off and not a single spot was left intact. Even at death's door, the Blood Kirin couldn't understand how this human in front of it could be so strong. Just by relying on chi protection, he could easily kill it. This was something even regular low-leveled Earth Realm martial artists couldn't do. Ice Fire Flower, Mystic Class, High-Tier Herb. One stalk is worth around 400,000 gold coins. A few hours later, Li Fuchen's luck was on the rise as he found a rare Mystic Class, High-Tier Herb, Ice Fire Flower. This flower contained both ice and fire spiritual chi. If a fire-type cultivation technique consumed this flower, it could effectively lower the temperature. It wouldn't cause the body to be engulfed in flames and wouldn't cause the meridians to wither. If an ice-cold cultivation technique consumed this flower, it could also effectively protect the internal organs and prevent the cold chi from damaging the lungs. For example, if Li Fuchen cultivated the true Inferno technique, with his current physique and cultivation level, he would only be able to cultivate to the 15th rank. But with the Ice Fire Flower, he could definitely cultivate to the 16th rank or even the 17th rank. Carefully placing the Ice Fire Flower into the jade box, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. This flower might be of great use in the future. Look, isn't that azure water sect Li Fuchen? At the edge of the prairie, two Heaven Fiends sect inner sect disciples unexpectedly met with Li Fuchen. Chapter 147. Heaven Fiend Sect Disciple. Li Fuchen's eyes burst with a dazzling radiance. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Under normal circumstances, if others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke them either. However, this was the 100 Herbs secret realm. He needed more storage bags, the more the better, and there was only one way to get storage bags, and that was to rob other people's storage bags. In order to reach the pinnacle of the Sword Dao, Li Fuchen didn't mind killing anyone who stood in his way. Right now, the ones who stood in his way were the Heaven Fiend Sect, Violent Saber Sect, and Spirit Hidden Sect. I'm sorry. Li Fuchen skimmed towards the duo. You're courting death. You actually dare to approach me on your own initiative. The two Heaven Fiend Sect inner sect disciples revealed a ferocious killing intent. As inner sect disciples of the Heaven Fiend Sect, they had an innate sense of superiority. In their eyes, the other sects were all weak chickens. Even if Li Fuchen was the top disciple of the Azure Water sect, if the two of them worked together, they would still be able to eliminate him. Hand over the storage bag, and I can leave your corpse intact, otherwise. Two Heaven Fiend sect inner sect disciples approached Li Fuchen from the left and right. But before they could even finish their conversation, Li Fuchen attacked. Li Fuchen didn't even need to make a move, he just burst out with Scarlet Fire Qi. The raging Scarlet Fire true energy was like a storm, rushing towards the two of them. Mixed within was the Scarlet Fire technique intent that could destroy all living things. Puff! Puff! Both of them were severely injured in an instant. Their protective Jin Qi was like a piece of paper. As expected, my cultivation is still too low. Li Fuchen didn't mind. These two were at the peak of the Origin Realm and he was only at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Furthermore, using Qi to rush at the enemy was far inferior to executing martial arts. How can he be so strong? A burst of true energy can seriously injure us. The two Heaven Fiend sect inner sect disciples were dumbfounded. Then came endless fear. In their eyes, even Li Wuxue and Jing Xian weren't that terrifying. Only the black-white double ghosts together would have such power. Damn it, the information from the upper echelons is too outdated. How is this person worth paying attention to? He's simply a freak, a monster, and an extremely dangerous existence. If we see him, we should immediately run away and avoid him. Run, we must bring news of him to the others. At this moment, both of them only had a single thought in their minds, and that was to run. Run for their lives. Do you think you can escape? Activating the divine movement leg, Li Fuchen swiftly caught up to the duo and sent a palm strike at each of them. Mystic level low tier palm art, iron smelting hand. With a crash, the two of them fell to the ground and slid a dozen meters away. Their bodies were charred black like charcoal, and they couldn't be more dead. The Scarlet Fire intent is too strong. Li Fuchen sighed in his heart. Middle-tier mystic ranked cultivation intent could be directly injected into the iron-smelting hand, almost pushing the iron-smelting hand to the level of a middle-tier mystic ranked cultivation intent. With a palm strike, the ferocious Scarlet Fire intent entered the two's bodies along with the palm force. Walking over, Li Fuchen picked up the storage pouch of the two. He infused his Jinqi into it. He opened it. There were quite a number of mystic rank herbs, most of which were low-tier mystic rank, and only 2 of them were mid-tier mystic rank. 3 storage bags can be filled as much as possible. Before this, in Li Fuchen's storage bags, other than mystic class herbs, there were plenty of yellow class high-tier herbs and yellow class peak-tier herbs. Yellow class high-tier herbs were worth a few hundred gold coins, while yellow class peak-tier herbs were worth up to 1,000 gold coins. Accumulating them, it was still worth a lot of gold coins and Li Fuchen didn't want to waste them. Other than that, the duo's armor and weapons were worth a total of 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins. So the resources within the 100 herbs hidden domain aren't just herbs and ores. The disciples from other sects are also resources. Killing any one of them would yield a huge fortune. Li Fuchen's heart was filled with murderous intent. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the ground of the 100 herbs hidden domain suddenly shook and swiftly devoured the corpses of the 2 Heaven Fiend sect inner sect disciples. In just a short moment, there were no traces left. At the same time, the other places within the 100 herbs hidden domain were filled with killings. Mad Saber Duan Hai had an overwhelming ability and instantly killed the Azure Water sect inner sect disciple, Luoishan. Blood Saber Ling Huang's blood transformation cleave dissolved the blood of the spirit hidden sect's disciple, turning him into a tattered corpse. Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. The violent Saber sect disciples that he killed didn't even know how they died. There was also Ghost Girl Yi Hua and Spirit Child Jiang Xiaomao. Each of them killed regular prodigies as though they were chickens, effortlessly. As for the 5 formidable prodigies from the Heaven Fiend sect, there was no need to even mention them. They were all murderous demons. In less than a day, out of the 43 individuals that entered, more than 10 of them had already been killed. Run, hurry up and run. Chen Fanghua and an inner sect disciple named Lu Xiaofei were frantically escaping. Behind them, Claw Ghost Jing Xian was in hot pursuit. His speed was obviously faster than the two of them. How did I meet Claw Ghost Jing Xian? Someone save me. Lu Xiaofei didn't want to die. He still had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die in the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Although he knew from the start that the 100 Herbs secret realm was dangerous, him at that time was full of ambition. He didn't care about these dangers at all. Only when he really met with danger did he realize that he was afraid of death. In the past, he wasn't afraid of death because he had never met an enemy that he couldn't defeat. The wanted criminals in the mission were all useless people. They were just a little more cunning. Chen Fenghua's face was pale as well. She didn't want to die either. If there was a chance to live, no one would want to die. Meeting such an undefeatable enemy, the only way is to escape. Chen Fanghua didn't misinterpret Li Fuchen's meaning. She understood that Li Fuchen didn't want them to risk their lives every time they met. He just wanted them to not develop any fear and not lose their Heart of the Sword doubt because of fear. In just a short moment, Jing Xian was only 10 feet away from the two of them. Netherworld Ghost Claw. Jing Xian wore a pair of black claw gloves on his hands. With a swing of his claws, a few streaks of light flashed. PFFF. Lu Xiaofei's chi protection was torn apart like a piece of paper. Shortly after, the Class 3 leather armor on his body was also torn apart. Blood and flesh splattered along with the shattered bones. Lu Xiaofei was instantly killed and crashed onto the ground. Lu Shixiang is dead. Chen Fanghua was in a daze for a moment. Seeing Lu Xiaofei, who had a bright future, die in front of her had a huge impact on Chen Fanghua. This was the first time she felt the cruelty of the world. Risk it. Chen Fanghua didn't try to escape. Instead, she turned around and faced Jing Xian. Since there was no way to retreat, then she had to risk her life. Even if she had to die with dignity. Not going to escape. A wise choice. Take off all your clothes now. If I feel comfortable, I may grant you a dignified death. If not, even if you die, I have 100 ways to torture your corpse. Claw Ghost Jing Xian was extremely cruel. His eyes were filled with a sickly glow. You devil. The courage that Chen Fanghua gathered with great difficulty instantly crumbled. She couldn't deal with such a person. Devil? I am 100 times scarier than a devil. Jing Xian walked towards Chen Fanghua. Chen Shiji, do you need help? At this moment, a figure appeared on a small hill not far away. Li Shidi. Chapter 148. Yuertsang Lan sect's top inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen. Jing Xian looked at Li Fuchen. Without a sound, Li Fuchen's figure vanished from the hillside. When he reappeared, he was already beside Chen Fanghua. Senior Sister Chen, go to the side and take a rest. Leave this to me. He could see that Chen Fanghua was on the verge of breaking down. This was not because the other party was weak, but because Ghost Claw Jing Xian was too brutal. Women generally valued their chastity more. If they couldn't even live in peace after death, it would undoubtedly make them despair. Chen Fanghua nodded. This was not the time for her to put on a brave front. Her confidence and willpower had almost been destroyed by Jing Xian. You think you can save her? Jing Xian grinned. His aura was like that of a devil. Just me alone is enough. Li Fuchen stated. No wonder you are the top inner sect disciple of the Tsanglan sect. So confident. But killing confident people is my favorite thing to do. I will peel off your skin and stuff it with rice straws. In my work, you will definitely be the champion. Jing Xian tried to destroy Li Fuchen's willpower. Li Fuchen's face darkened. Li Fuchen sneered, Claw Ghost Jing Xian, keep your little tricks. Don't use your clumsy methods to embarrass yourself. Oh. Zheng Xian's expression turned cold when he heard this. He realized that Li Fuchen was indeed different from the others. Li Fuchen was very calm and his eyes didn't have any flicker. There was only calmness and traces of murderous intent. Looks like he can't be underestimated. Zheng Xian planned to treat this seriously and not fail miserably. 3 swords. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression as he drew his black gold sword inch by inch. Zheng Xian was no ordinary person. It would be nearly impossible to kill him with a single sword strike. However, he was still confident of killing him with 3 sword strikes. Ha! Zheng Xian laughed. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. The first sword. Li Fuchen drew his sword. The scarlet fire intent burst forth. The meteor sword intent burst forth. 2 great true intents intertwined, accompanied by the dark gold sword, which pierced towards Zheng Xian. This sword was extremely dazzling, even more dazzling than the pure meteor sword technique because it contained the scarlet fire technique intent. Quick. It was too fast. It was so fast that Zheng Xian couldn't dodge at all. As soon as the sword was unleashed, it was already in front of him. This was a sword that could not be avoided. This was a sword that caused Zheng Xian's bones to turn cold. Nether Ghost Claw. Zheng Xian roared and clawed at the dazzling sword light. Whoosh! The surface of the ground was torn apart. Zheng Xian's claw merely brushed past the sword light. As the sword light was too fast, he made a misjudgment. The searing sword light pierced through Zheng Xian's protective Jinqi and his demonic beast hide. Zheng Xian couldn't help but scream in agony. On his chest, there was a small charred hole that was half an inch deep. At the crucial moment, he activated the Heaven Fiend Sect's 2-star secret technique, Devil Tattoo. This secret technique required one to carve demonic patterns on the surface of the body. These demonic patterns could strengthen the flesh and blood. Sword intent and martial intent. Zheng Xian was horrified. From the information he received, Li Fuchen only comprehended sword intent and didn't comprehend technique intent. If Li Fuchen had merely comprehended sword intent, he wouldn't even put it in his eyes. After all, he had also comprehended the Netherworld Claw intent and his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Li Fuchen. How is this possible? An Origin Realm cultivator is able to cultivate a Mystic class mid-tier technique to the highest rank. Zheng Xian didn't dare to believe it, but he had no choice. If not, there was no other way to explain the power of that sword move. Swallowing a pill, Zheng Xian swung his hand and shot a densely packed steel pellets at Li Fuchen. He then turned around and prepared to escape. Against a monster like Li Fuchen, Zheng Xian intended to escape too. This person has comprehended technique intent. I am not a match for him, but as long as I can find a safe place, I will be able to break through to the first level of the Earth Realm. Zheng Xian could have broken through a long time ago. But in order to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he had been suppressing his cultivation level. But breaking through wasn't something that could be done on a whim. He had to find a safe place to circulate his technique to break through. Once it was interrupted, it would be easy for him to go berserk and sever his meridians. If he could instantly break through, he wouldn't need to escape. Bang, 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 Li Fuchen could tell with a single glance that these steel pellets were thunderbolt pellets. They weren't weak and could easily kill a regular 9th level Origin Realm martial artist. A pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular 9th level Origin Realm martial artist. Activating his chi protection and emitting his scarlet fire intent, Li Fuchen turned into a ray of fire and chased after Zheng Xian. Along the way, when these steel pellets came into contact with the scarlet fire intent, they would explode in midair with less than 10% of their original power. 3 breaths later, Li Fuchen obstructed Zheng Xian. No matter how fast his opponent was, he wouldn't be as fast as his divine movement leg. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke diffused as Zheng Xian tossed out a white miasma bomb. Li Fuchen withdrew his chi protection and burst out with his chi. Huff, 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 a violent gust of wind blew away the smoke. Li Fuchen obstructed Jing Xian once again. Jing Xian tried to put up a strong front. Li Fuchen, you better let me go. If not, you will bring trouble to your Azure Water sect. He was afraid of death too, and he wasn't willing to die in the hands of a Azure Water sect disciple. Second blade. Li Fuchen executed the second blade. This blade was activated with the mystical dragon secret technique. A horrific qi presence instantly enveloped Jing Xian. Damn it! Jing Xian retrieved a shield from his storage bag and placed it in front of him. Clang! Blinding sparks sprayed in all directions. Jing Xian's entire body was almost crushed into the mud. Both his arms were numb and he couldn't move. Third blade. Vanishing, Li Fuchen appeared behind Jing Xian and used a single blade to decapitate Jing Xian. 3 blades and the fearsome claw ghost Jing Xian was killed. If news of this got out, it would be enough to send the disciples of the other 3 sects into a state of panic. But this was also because claw ghost Jing Xian was too careless. If he had found a place to break through, he wouldn't have died so easily. With Li Fuchen's ability, killing a first-level Earth Realm prodigy was extremely difficult and there was quite a bit of risk involved. This is a mystic class, low-tier shield. Picking up Jing Xian's shield, Li Fuchen was surprised. Just this shield alone was worth more than 100,000 gold coins. It might even be more. After all, the quality of a shield was much heavier than a weapon, hence the price would naturally be much higher. Jing Xian had a total of 2 storage bags. One was his, the other belonged to the Azure Water sect's inner sect disciple, Lu Xiaofei. Each of them had the insignia of their respective sections. After searching his body, Li Fuchen returned to look for Chen Fanghua. Li Shidi, where is Jing Xian? Chen Fanghua had already returned to normal and couldn't help but ask. Dead. Li Fuchen replied. Dead? Chen Fanghua's eyes widened. Such a horrifying and insane Jing Xian actually died in the hands of Li Fuchen. How strong was Li Fuchen? Could it be that Li Fuchen's ability had increased by so much during these 3 months? Taking a deep breath, Chen Fanghua tried her best to digest this information. Chapter 149. With the 2 of them together, the speed at which they searched for medicinal herbs suddenly became much faster. No matter if it was a yellow class high-tier top-tier herb or a mystic class herb, he wouldn't reject anything. There was also a sun in the 100 Herbs secret realm. Seeing that the sun was about to set, the 2 of them flew in the direction of Stony Mountain in the distance, intending to find a place to rest. When the sun completely set and the moon rose, the 2 of them came to a small valley. In the depths of the small valley, there was a small lake. At the lakeside, a scarlet-scaled demonic beast with a majestic demonic aura was resting. Its body was 7 to 8 meters long. It's a low-rank 3 demonic beast, the red-scaled beast. Chen Fanghua whispered. This demonic beast should be guarding some important herb. Let's search for it. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning, even the dim environment couldn't obstruct his vision. Soon, Li Fuchen found a herb growing in the crevice in the rubble next to the monster beast. This herb was pitch black in color, and there was a silver-gold fruit at the top. So that's how it is, it's guarding the high-rank profound rank herb, sky-shattering fruit. Li Fuchen withdrew his gaze and said. Earth-shattering fruit. Chen Fanghua raised her eyebrows. The value of the earth-shattering fruit was extraordinary. It could allow a 9th-level Origin Realm martial artist to advance to the 1st level of the Earth Realm faster, saving a lot of time. Furthermore, after the advancement, there would not be any signs of the true qi becoming unstable. Instead, it would slightly consolidate the cultivation. Of course, not every 9th-level Origin Realm martial artist could break through just by consuming the earth-shattering fruit. Normal 9th-level Origin Realm martial artists in the outside world had to reach the limits of the Origin Realm before they could break through with the help of the earth-shattering fruit. Sect disciples, on the other hand, didn't have this problem. After all, the cultivation technique that sect disciples cultivated was of a very high level, and they could easily refine the earth-shattering fruit and absorb its medicinal essence. Roar! When the red-scaled beast noticed Li Fuchen and Qin Fanghua, it stood up abruptly. A majestic demonic qi burst out from its body, causing a whirlwind to blow within the small valley, sending rocks flying everywhere. Senior Sister Qin, stay away. Class 3 low-tier demonic beasts were very powerful and could instantly kill a regular low-leveled Earth Realm martial artist. Only those Earth Realm martial artists who cultivated mystic class cultivation techniques would be able to go against them. The mystical dragon's secret art was activated. Li Fuchen skimmed towards the red-scaled beast. Roar! Sparks appeared on the red-scaled beast's body. With a tang sound, a scarlet flame emerged. The front claw suddenly swung at Li Fuchen and a few scarlet streaks slashed at Li Fuchen. Die! Li Fuchen's body spun and dodged the scarlet-red waterfall, before striking at the red-scaled beast with lightning speed. Puff! The dazzling sword qi pierced through the scales of the red-scaled beast, leaving a bloody hole in its chest. As expected of a Class 3 demonic beast. Its strongest point is its body. A Class 2 high-rank demonic beast would have a strength of around 20,000 jin. A Class 3 low-rank demonic beast would have a strength of at least 100,000 jin. Furthermore, depending on the type of demonic beast, the strength would be different as well. Such powerful strength caused their bodies to be extremely tough. Regular low-leveled Earth Realm martial artists wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. But Li Fuchen was different. With the activation of the mystical dragon's secret technique, Li Fuchen's combat strength was almost at the 9th level of the origin realm. Coupled with the scarlet fire intent and the meteor sword intent, it was still possible to penetrate the red-scaled beast's defense. With an injury on its chest, the red-scaled beast went berserk. Its entire body was enveloped in flames as it charged towards Li Fuchen. PFFF, 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 Li Fuchen's maneuvers were extremely strange. He repeatedly dodged the red-scaled beast's attacks and left bloody holes on its body. In Qin Fenghua's eyes, the red-scaled beast was a trapped beast and its defeat was already decided. 5 minutes later, Li Fuchen's sword pierced through the red-scaled beast's left eye. The sword qi seeped in and tore apart its brain. Rumble! Like a collapsing mountain, the red-scaled beast fell heavily onto the ground. The flames on its body gradually extinguished. Cutting open the red-scaled beast's abdomen, Li Fuchen couldn't find the demon core. As for the other ingredients, he didn't even bother about them. The earth-shattering fruit will only ripen after it turns completely golden. It seems we will have to stay here for another day or two. Li Fuchen stated. Qin Fanghua nodded, no hurry. We have plenty of time anyway. After a day, her storage bag was already half filled, and there was still 6 more days before the 100 Herbs hidden domain closed. The two of them underestimated the ripening speed of the earth-shattering fruit. The next morning, as the first rays of the morning sun landed on the earth-shattering fruit, the fruit turned completely golden. An invigorating medicinal fragrance permeated throughout the entire valley. The earth-shattering fruit is ripe. Li Fuchen reached out to pluck the earth-shattering fruit. For you. Li Fuchen passed it to Qin Fanghua. For me. Qin Fanghua didn't understand. Li Fuchen replied, it isn't of much use to me. This earth-shattering fruit can only help a martial artist advance from the 9th level of the origin realm to the 1st level of the earth realm. It isn't able to help me break through from the 7th level to the 9th level of the origin realm. It will take quite some time for me to reach the 9th level of the origin realm. Why don't you consume it first? Once you progress to the 1st level of the earth realm, it will also be a great combat strength. The earth-shattering fruit and the earth-shattering domain were related. Li Fuchen didn't understand the mystery in between. Is this really a good idea? Qin Fanghua was hesitant. She naturally wanted to progress to the 1st level of the earth realm as soon as possible. Once she was at the first level of the Earth realm, she would have the ability to protect herself and wouldn't be like her current self where she was at the bottom of the 4 sections. The 100 Herbs hidden domain has countless herbs. There are still 6 more days and you might be able to obtain an earth-shattering fruit. If you don't increase your cultivation level soon, it will affect the future. Li Fuchen didn't dare to guarantee Chen Fenghua's safety. Among the disciples of the 4 sects, many of them were suppressing their cultivation level. Who knows, maybe in a few more days, a batch of first-level Earth Realm martial artists would appear. Then many thanks. Chen Fenghua received the earth-shattering fruit. Progressing from the 9th level of the Origin Realm to the 1st level of the Earth Realm was a huge project. It required absolute silence. Chen Fenghua found a cave that could accommodate her and sat down cross-legged. A moment later, Chen Fenghua picked up the golden earth-shattering fruit and swallowed it. Time passed by slowly. From morning to noon, from noon to afternoon. Li Fuchen had been meditating by the lakeside. The 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique wasn't the limit. The peak state of the 15th rank was the true limit. When that happens, the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique's anomaly would appear and his combat ability would increase by quite a bit. As the sun set, Chen Fenghua broke through. Boom! In the valley, a violent gale blew and rocks were sent flying. A shocking spirit chi tornado gathered towards Chen Fenghua. Am I going to break through? Li Fuchen opened his eyes and looked at the cave. Within the cave, there was a huge radiance. It was the radiance of Chen Fenghua's chi. After a long time, a figure walked out from the cave. The current Chen Fenghua's chi presence wasn't just 2-fold stronger than this morning. It was at least a few fold stronger. The surging chi was like a tidal wave, wave after wave. How do you feel? Li Fuchen laughed and asked. Very strong. I didn't know that the first level of the Earth realm was so strong. It is as though I have been reborn. My senses towards the heaven and earth energy is much sharper now. While speaking, Chen Fenghua struck a palm strike into the air. Huff. Chapter 150. Very strong. Li Fuchen nodded. Much stronger than Claw Ghost Jing Xian. When a prodigy progressed to the Earth realm, it was like adding wings to a tiger. That palm force just now was enough to instantly kill a regular first-level Earth realm martial artist. Li Shidi, is this an ore? Just as Chen Fenghua was about to speak, she suddenly looked at the ground. The ground that was torn apart by the palm force had a faint metallic glow. Let me see. Li Fuchen's consciousness entered the ground along with his chi. A moment later, a water tank-sized ore with a faint purple-silver glow appeared in his mind. It's a mystic class, low tier, purple-silver ore. Li Fuchen said. Not noticing how Li Fuchen knew, Chen Fenghua revealed a delighted expression. The purple-silver ore was worth 700 contribution points per kg. If there was 1,000 kilograms, that would be 700,000 contribution points. This wasn't a small sum. Digging out the purple-silver ore, Li Fuchen weighed it and said, about 2,000 kilograms, 2,000 kilograms is 1.4 million contribution points. Chen Fenghua drew her black gold sword and split the ore with 3 consecutive slashes. One was big and one was small. The small one was only the size of a wash basin, which was around 200 to 300 kilograms. I will take the small one. You can have the extra one. Without Li Fuchen, she wouldn't have survived until now. 200 kilograms of purple silver ore was enough. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't say anything. He kept the rest of the purple silver ore. Even though it was getting late, the two of them still prepared to leave the valley. With their ability, they wouldn't be able to walk unhindered in the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Finally at the first level of the Earth realm. This was a lush forest. In the middle of the forest, on a towering tree, Lu Wuhuang slowly opened his eyes. A domineering aura suddenly spread out, and within a radius of 10 meters, the wind and rain swayed, and the leaves flew everywhere. Die! A few dozen meters away, a Class 2 high-tier demonic beast got a shock and scurried out of its cave. In the next moment, a violent chi force, like an enraged dragon, opened up a path in the forest and blasted the Class 2 high-tier demonic beast, turning it into a pile of minced meat. This is the first level of the Earth Realm? Lu Wuhuang's eyes were cold and domineering. At the same time, there were plenty of people who broke through to the first level of the Earth Realm. The Azure Water sect had Xiao Libi, Bai Tao, and Lin Wanqing. There were 6 in the Violent Saber sect. The Spirit Hidden sect had 6 as well. There were 8 Heaven Fiend sects. On the third day, afternoon. Yan Qinggu, you won't be able to leave the 100 Herbs secret domain alive. Why don't you have a taste of being a woman before you die? A Violent Saber sect disciple confronted Yan Qinggu. This Violent Saber sect's disciple was called Fanny Dao. The current him was already at the first level of the Earth Realm. His overbearing chi presence was like a saber tornado, enveloping Yan Qinggu. You? Yan Qinggu placed her right hand on the hilt of her saber. That's right. No matter how strong you are still not my opponent. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your monstrous aptitude. My Violent Saber sect will not allow you to live. There is a difference between humans. So what if you are at the first level of the Earth Realm? Black Moon Illumination. Yan Qinggu unsheathed her blade. As compared to 4 to 5 months ago at Fei Shui, the current Yan Qinggu was more than twice as strong. In just a few short months, her Black Moon Saber intent had reached the stage where she could freely release it. She had also learned a 3-star secret technique, the Swallow Flight Dance. This Swallow Flight Dance could allow one's agility to be at least twice as strong as usual. Without any sound or presence, multiple Yan Qinggu appeared in midair at the same time. Using the naked eye, it was impossible to tell which was the real body and which was the clone. What kind of secret technique is this? Fanny Dao was panicking. Yan Qinggu, who had a 6-star bone frame, was someone that Fanny Dao had to take seriously. Swish! Multiple Yan Qinggu brandished their blades at the same time and slashed at Fanny Dao. Break! Fanny Dao roared with rage. His body rotated and his blade light rotated. Cling, 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 blinding sparks exploded as multiple Yan Qinggu retreated at the same time. They then turned in midair and slashed at Fanny Dao again. 15 minutes later, Fanny Dao's back was drenched in sweat. During this time, he didn't dare to relax and used all his strength to defend against multiple Yan Qinggu's attacks. This caused his concentration to be rapidly depleted and he even had a slight illusion. Die! All of a sudden, multiple Yan Qinggu combined and shot out a blade light. It was like a black moon that drew across the sky and penetrated the ground. PFFF. A blade scar appeared on the ground. In the next moment, Fanny Dao's body was split into 2. Lightly landing on the ground, Yan Qinggu had a pale expression. Fanny Dao might be a regular prodigy and had yet to comprehend the saber intent, but the difference between the Earth Realm and the Origin Realm was too huge. Once he progressed to the first level of the Earth Realm, his strength would soar. If it wasn't for her mastery of the Swallow Flight Dance, she wouldn't be a match for Fanny Dao. I have to find the earth-shattering fruit. Yan Qinggu's eyes flashed with determination. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. Massacres were happening every day. Those disciples that didn't progress had become prey and none of them dared to show themselves. Damn it, if I don't progress, I will surely die inside. In a desolate mountain, Yuan Tian was extremely anxious. He was only at the 8th level of the Origin Realm and had yet to comprehend sword intent. He personally witnessed a Spirit Hidden Sect's disciple being killed by a Heaven Fiend Sect's disciple in a single move. This gave him an intense panic. He had a 5-star bone frame and must not die in the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Yuan Shidi. Just as Yuan Tian was panicking, a familiar voice came from a small mountain not far away. Shao Shixiang. Yuan Tian's eyes lit up. Luckily I noticed you earlier. You shall follow me from now on. We shall strive to find herbs that can help you advance in your cultivation level. Xiao Libi said. Many thanks, Xiao Shixiang. Yuan Tian was sincerely grateful to Xiao Libi. He could see that Xiao Libi had progressed to the first level of the Earth realm. With Xiao Libi's protection, his safety was guaranteed. Xiao Libi said, disciples of the same sect should help each other. He wanted to gather everyone from the Azure Water sect. It was too dangerous to move alone, even if he was already at the first level of the Earth realm. 10 miles away from the desolate mountain, Li Fuchen and Chen Fanghua met the violent saber sect's blood saber Ling Huang. Blood saber Ling Huang had already progressed to the first level of the Earth realm and was much stronger than Chen Fanghua. In between the two of them was a stalk of herb that was emitting a dense spirit qi. Mystic class, mid-tier herb, origin return herb. This herb could allow an origin realm martial artist to advance by one level without any side effects. It was no different from using one's own strength to advance. I can see that you really want this herb. A pity that I will not give you the chance. Blood saber Ling Huang grinned and stared at Li Fuchen and Chen Fanghua like he was looking at his prey. Li Shidi, I will hold him back. Once you get the origin return herb, run. Chen Fanghua said. Chapter 151. They were all at the first level of the Earth realm, but Chen Fanghua was definitely at the bottom. Unless she comprehended sword intent, she wouldn't be a match for blood saber Ling Huang. If she was to stall Ling Huang, it would be sending her to her death. But Chen Fanghua was extremely anxious. Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the origin realm and was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. No buts. Do you think that I have displayed my full strength? Li Fuchen replied. Be it when he was dealing with the claw ghost Zheng Xian or the red-scaled beast, Li Fuchen had only used a little bit of his full ability. He wasn't sure of his true ability either, because he had never met anyone that could force him to go all out. Blood saber Ling Huang was indeed strong, but it was not impossible to resist. Hearing this, Chen Fanghua could only choose to believe in Li Fuchen. Take this shield with you. Li Fuchen retrieved the mystic class, low-tier shield from claw ghost Zheng Xian and handed it over to Chen Fanghua. Without a shield, Chen Fanghua could be severely injured or even killed instantly by blood knife Ling Huang. After taking the shield, Chen Fanghua did not say anything else. This time, she had decided that even if she died in battle, she would not retreat, and she would not be timid. 2 ants actually want to contend against me. What a joke. Blood saber Ling Huang saw all of this and revealed a disdainful sneer. In his eyes, be it Chen Fanghua who was at the first level of the Earth realm or Li Fuchen who was at the 7th level of the origin realm, they were all ants. Especially the latter. A mere 7th level origin realm martial artist actually acted like an expert. It was hilarious. I don't have time to waste with you. Both of you, go to hell. Ling Huang pulled out the long knife at his waist. This was a blood-red long saber, named Blood Drinker. It was a middle mystic rank treasure saber that the violent saber sect had specially bestowed upon Ling Huang. It was as famous as Mad Saber Duan Hai's 100 battle saber. As for the other disciples of the violent saber sect, they were using standard mystic class mid-tier treasured sabers. Unsheathing the blood-imbibing saber, Ling Huang casually slashed at Chen Fanghua and Li Fuchen. Hua! A scarlet light shone brightly in the void. Boundless saber chi seemed to tear the sky apart as it slashed towards the two. We can't block it. That was Chen Fanghua's only thought. Raising the mystic class, low-tier shield that Li Fuchen gave her, Chen Fanghua stood in front of her. Clang! When the saber chi collided with the shield, Chen Fanghua felt a huge force pass through her. Her body felt like it was struck by lightning, and she vomited a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, he was sent flying. Kacha! A hideous crack appeared on the ground, and wisps of saber chi seeped out from the crack. Ling Huang looked at Li Fuchen on the left with some astonishment. In that instant earlier, Li Fuchen's figure suddenly vanished and dodged the saber chi. When he reappeared, he was already at the left side of Li Fuchen. Meteor fall. The mystical dragon's secret technique was activated and a large amount of scarlet fire true chi was transformed into mystical dragon true chi. The scarlet fire chi at the 15th rank was already extremely valiant. After transforming into mystical dragon chi, the chi was extremely condensed and mystical. It was like a magma snake that flowed within Li Fuchen's meridians. With a thought, the mystical dragon chi was poured into the black gold sword. Li Fuchen thrust it at Ling Huang. The horrific scarlet fire intent and meteor sword intent interweaved and exploded, increasing the sword presence. Not good. Seeing this sword, Ling Huang's scalp went numb. This sword was too fast, it was not a speed that could be achieved by a low-tier profound class sword art. Heart-twisting finger. There was no time to use his saber to block. Ling Huang only had time to lift his left hand and used his index and middle fingers that were covered with a layer of viscous qi to clamp the black gold sword. Crack! Ling Huang's two fingers that could crush snow silver iron had yet to even touch the black gold sword. His qi was already destroyed by the sword qi of the black gold sword. Immediately after, the bones of his two fingers were twisted like two fried dough twists. But this finger also caused Li Fuchen's sword speed to slow down by 30%. Ah! Ling Huang let out a low growl and slightly tilted his body, cleaving at the black gold sword. The ground split open, sword qi and saber qi shot in all directions. Li Fuchen was sent flying over a dozen meters, while Ling Huang took 7 or 8 steps back. Myriad Blossom Sword Style. Unknowingly, Chen Fanghua appeared behind Ling Huang. With a swing of her sword, countless sword lights bloomed like plum blossoms, shrouding Ling Huang. Get lost! Bursting with killing intent, Ling Huang didn't even turn his head and swung his saber behind him. Layers of blood-colored saber shadows were like waves, instantly breaking Chen Fanghua's myriad blossom sword style. The remaining saber qi sent Chen Fanghua flying. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. 3 blood flowers bloomed on Ling Huang's back. Ling Huang was injured by Li Fuchen after all. His spirit and saber arts weren't as tight as before, and with the underestimation, he had to pay a price. Meteor rain. The moment Chen Fanghua made her move, Li Fuchen quickly rose into the air. The black gold sword in his hand released endless radiance and flames as he swung it down. Gorgeous. Incomparably gorgeous. Countless meteors descended from the sky, like a meteor shower, piercing through the void. This move was created by Li Fuchen. After absorbing a large amount of sword Dao essence, Li Fuchen's meteor sword intent had a new transformation. A few months ago, he created the second move of the meteor sword style. This move was an area of effect attack, but every sword qi was perfect and had almost no flaws. It displayed the power and beauty to the limits of a mystic class, low-tier sword art. It even surpassed this limit. Ling Huang's reaction was half a beat slower. When he regained his senses, the sword qi was already at his body. Boom! An earth realm qi burst out, like a rapidly expanding bubble, trying to block the sword qi. Most of the sword qi were repelled by the qi protection. But qi protection wasn't flawless. According to the structure of the human body, some parts of the qi protection would be weaker. Dozens of sword qi pierced through the weak spots, leaving behind small blood holes on Ling Huang's body. Both of you must die, both of you must die. Ling Huang's eyes were blood red. Even during the intense battle with Mad Saber Duan Hai, he only suffered light injuries. He didn't expect that he would be continuously injured by these two ants. This was something that he couldn't accept as he thought highly of himself. He is still at the first level of the Earth realm after all. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity. Ha, Ling Huang, you actually got injured by these two ants. What a surprise. 1,000 meters away, a figure flew over at extreme speed. It was obviously the other prodigy that the violent saber sect had to pay attention to, Shin Feihe. Li Shidi, let me help you. Luckily, the Azure Water sect sent people over too. It was Xiao Libi and Yuan Tian. Earth realm martial artists were very sensitive to heaven and earth energy. As long as they weren't too far away, they could easily sense which direction there was an explosion of energy. Xiao Shixiang. Chen Fanghua let out a look of delight. With Xiao Shixiang around, they might not lose. At least they wouldn't be tortured to death. After a few breaths, the reinforcements from both sides arrived. On one side were the 4 from the Azure Water sect. Li Fuchen, Xiao Libi, Chen Fanghua, and Yuan Tian. On the other side were the 2 from the Violent Saber sect, Ling Huang and Shen Feihe. Both sides were glaring at each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Chapter 152. Both sides stood in a stalemate, neither of them making the first move. Although there were only 2 people from the Violent Saber sect, they were disciples that the great elder Zhao Wujin had asked them to pay attention to. The reason why Ling Huang and Shen Feihe didn't make the first move was because the Tsang Lan sect had 4 members. 2 of them were at the first level of the Earth realm, and one of them was only at the 7th level of the Origin realm. But he was the top inner sect disciple of the Tsang Lan sect and even injured Ling Huang. Killing intent flashed in Shen Feihe's eyes as he prepared to make his move. Hee, it's so lively here. On a tree not far away, an enchanting woman appeared out of nowhere. The woman's clothes fluttered in the wind. Her figure was dreamy and illusory. She seemed to be a real existence, but at the same time, she seemed like a mist. Ghost Girl Yi Hua. Everyone's pupils constricted, including Blood Blade Ling Huang. Illusions are an unfamiliar domain to them. Facing an unfamiliar domain, they would always feel nervous. Once they fall for it, they might be consigned to eternal damnation. Don't look at her. Li Fuchen reminded the Chen Fanghua trio. With his powerful soul, he could clearly sense a strange ripple coming from Ghost Girl Yi Hua's body. The ripple was extremely evil, and if one were to stare at it for a long time, they would start hallucinating. Her silhouette turned into mist and dissipated. When she reappeared, Ghost Girl Yi Hua was already near the group. She stretched out her hand and twirled her long hair in a flirtatious manner. Everyone felt as if they could hear the sound of giggles ringing in their ears. Ling Huang, Shen Feihe, why don't the 3 of us work together and get rid of the Azure Water sect first? Yi Hua suggested. Shen Feihe frowned. Do you think I'll believe you? Cooperating with this kind of person who was proficient in illusions was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Once he was betrayed, he wouldn't be able to turn things around. In short, he didn't trust Yi Hua. Count yourselves lucky. Let's go. Ling Huang also did not trust Yi Hua. He was injured now, and there was a hole in his heart. It was not suitable for him to interact with Yi Hua. Otherwise, he would consider this matter. With that, Ling Huang and Shen Feihe turned and left. Ghost Girl Yi Hua spread her hands with a helpless expression. Since they don't want to play, why don't we play? Even though she was alone, it was as though she was the owner of this place and wasn't afraid of Li Fuchen's group of 4. Scram! Li Fuchen's eyes glowed with a blue light with a hint of green. An extremely penetrating chi presence rushed towards Ghost Girl Yi Hua. With a pale face, Ghost Girl Yi Hua took a step back and looked at Li Fuchen in astonishment. Interesting. Her expression became much more solemn. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's spirit will was extremely powerful. The chi presence that he emitted was extremely lethal and was able to intimidate her spirit will. Once her willpower was suppressed, the power of her illusions would be greatly reduced. We'll meet again soon. A gust of wind blew past, and Ghost Girl Yi Hua's figure disappeared along with the wind. This was not a top-notch qigong, but a visual illusion. But in Li Fuchen's eyes, Ghost Girl Yi Hua was just using a smokescreen. The real her had already left a moment ago. What a powerful illusion. Xiao Libi's voice was heavy. Among the 4 sects, the Heaven Fiends sect was the strongest, the Spirit Hidden sect was the most bizarre, and the Violent Saber sect was the most unrestrained. But in comparison, the Azure Water sect was more fearful of the Heaven Fiends sect and Spirit Hidden sect. She's already gone, don't worry. Li Fuchen extended his hand and sucked the Origin Return herb into his palm along with the soil. Li Shidi, the three of us will protect you. Quickly refine the Origin Return herb and increase your cultivation to the 8th level of the Origin realm. Xiao Libi knew clearly that the reason why Ghost Girl Yihua left was because she was fearful of Li Fuchen. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, the three of them wouldn't have been able to escape from Ghost Girl Yihua's illusion technique. So the priority now was to increase Li Fuchen's cultivation. Li Fuchen nodded and sat down. After the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique completed a few cycles, he consumed the Origin Return herb. The Origin Return herb melted in his mouth, and an extremely pure energy dispersed into his limbs and bones. No wonder it can increase one cultivation level without any side effects. Li Fuchen understood in his heart. The purity of the spirit qi in the elemental Guiyuan grass was not much inferior to his scarlet fire true qi. Furthermore, it contained a very mysterious power that could nourish one's soul. It would not cause one's state of mind to be unable to keep up with the speed of cultivation. Late stage of the 7th level of the Origin realm. Peak stage of the 7th level of the Origin realm. 8th level of the Origin realm. Boom! A majestic spirit qi tornado gathered towards Li Fuchen. What a shocking spirit qi wave! Chen Fanghua was shocked. When she broke through to the 1st level of the Earth realm, the commotion she caused was only slightly bigger than Li Fuchen. She didn't expect Li Fuchen to cause such a huge commotion when he broke through to the 8th level of the Origin realm. What kind of scene would it be when he breaks through to the 1st level of the Earth realm? Li Shidi's perception is simply earth-shattering. To be able to break through to the highest 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique so quickly. Previously, Xiao Libi was curious as to why Li Fuchen was so strong. Now he finally knew the secret behind Li Fuchen's prowess. The Scarlet Fire Intent was a mystic class, mid-tier intent. It was much stronger than a mystic class, low-tier intent. Coupled with Li Fuchen's superb meteor sword intent, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Compared to Chen Fanghua and Xiao Libi, Yuan Tian had a much more complicated thought. If he still treated Li Fuchen as a normal person, then he would be a fool. Li Fuchen may look like a normal bone frame, but he had already surpassed the limits of a normal person. Perhaps his innate talent couldn't even be detected by a regular bone frame stone. After all, this world was too big. It was normal for unexplainable phenomena to occur. On the path of martial arts, one could only be described as a legend. Such a formidable feeling. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the Origin realm, the density and purity of Li Fuchen's qi had increased by at least 30%. With a 30% increase in one's basic ability, it was equivalent to a 30% increase in one's overall ability. It was equivalent to stacking a 2-star secret technique that increased one's overall ability. Huff! With a palm strike, the vigorous and violent palm force was like a raging python. It rolled forward and tore a hole in the ground. Now that I have met Blood Saber Ling Huang, I can totally go head-on against him. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Li Shidi, congratulations. Xiao Libi walked over and cupped his fist. Li Fuchen replied, thank you for protecting me. Without the three of them to protect him, he wouldn't have dared to break through so openly. Li Shidi, since you have broken through, then let us continue to search for herbs. Who knows, we might be able to find another Origin Return herb or even an earth-shattering fruit. Chen Fanghua said. The stronger Li Fuchen's ability was, the safer their Tsung Lan sect disciples would be. It was imaginable that the last 2 days of the 100 Herbs hidden domain would be the decisive battle. By then, the clash between the various sects would be even more horrific. Their Tsung Lan sect needed a leader. And this leader had to be Li Fuchen, no one else could do it. Chen Shidi is right. Our top priority now is to find the origin return herb and earth-shattering fruit. Xiao Libi nodded. Chapter 153. Die. The sword Qi was like a hot knife through butter, splitting open the body of a violent saber sex disciple. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang. Within the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he was definitely a top-notch expert. There were only a few who were stronger than him. Just as Lu Wuhuang was about to pick up his opponent's storage bag, his eyes suddenly shrunk as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Behind him, on a tree that was a few tens of meters away, a figure was standing there. This figure was very quiet and didn't speak a single word. But it gave off an oppressive feeling, as though a storm was coming. Mad Saber Duan Hai, the most reputable inner sect disciple of the violent saber sect. Of course, the current him was already at the first level of the earth realm. Duan Hai's looks were average and his eyes were drooping. He lowered his eyes, staring at his 100 battle saber and didn't look at Lu Wuhuang. Lu Wuhuang didn't dare to pick up the storage bag and slowly turned around. Mad Saber Duan Hai. Lu Wuhuang said word by word. How about I chop you into 18 pieces? Duan Hai said slowly. I'm afraid you can't do it. Lu Wuhuang might be fearful of Duan Hai, but he was still a top-notch prodigy. How could he be pressured by his opponent's spirit will? 19 pieces it is then. Duan Hai moved. Like a puppet, Duan Hai's body movements were very stiff. But his speed was unbelievably fast. In a flash, he was already in front of Lu Wuhuang. It was a hair-raising sight. Clang! Lu Wuhuang didn't even see Duan Hai's saber. Based on his intuition, he swung his sword to block. Blinding sparks burst forth. Soon after, there were even more sparks. So fast. Lu Wuhuang was in a predicament. Duan Hai's saber was too fast, so fast that he couldn't retaliate. He could only block, and block again. No, I must retaliate. Lu Wuhuang let out an enraged roar as his battle qi exploded. His qi presence soared into the sky and enveloped Mad Saber Duan Hai. Boom! An even stronger qi presence rose and tore Lu Wuhuang's qi presence apart. PFFF. Lu Wuhuang's shoulder had a wound of blood. PFFF. Another wound appeared on his leg, chest, and abdomen. In a few breaths' time, 7 to 8 bloody wounds appeared on Lu Wuhuang's body. If not for the fact that Lu Wuhuang had already activated the 2-star secret technique, it wouldn't be as simple as having a bloody wound on his body. His stomach would have definitely been split open, and his flesh and blood would have flown everywhere. Damn it, why am I, Lu Wuhuang, so weak? Lu Wuhuang roared in his heart. He hated himself for being weak. At this moment, he suddenly recalled about Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen was here, how would he deal with Mad Saber Duan Hai? But soon enough, Lu Wuhuang got rid of this ridiculous thought. Li Fuchen's combat ability was strong at the same cultivation realm, but his cultivation level was still too low. He wasn't a match for the first-level Earth Realm Mad Saber Duan Hai. A few more wounds appeared on his body. Lu Wuhuang retreated. He quickly retreated. If this went on, he would be chopped into a human stick by Duan Hai. The two of them moved as fast as a whirlwind, one chasing and the other escaping. Senior brother Lu, will help you. White Water Sword by Tao and Lin Wanqing sensed the Yuan Qi fluctuations. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, charged towards Mad Blade Duan Hai. Seeing the situation, Lu Wuhuang got excited and turned around to counterattack. 3 men and 3 swords. The sword qi was like an inescapable net, impenetrable. If it was any other top-tier prodigy, they would have died under the sword qi slashes. Ding 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 ding, but Duan Hai's ability was much stronger than what they imagined. Even with the 3 of them working together, they weren't able to break through Duan Hai's saber net and could only slightly suppress him. Too strong. After a long battle, Bai Tao and Lin Wanqing were shocked. In this trip to the 100 Herbs hidden domain, the disciples from the three sects obviously had the upper hand over the Azure Water sect. Even Lu Wuhuang had to admit it. Duan Shixiang, we are here to help you too. In just a short moment, the Violent Saber sect's men arrived. 2 of them were at the first level of the Earth realm and 1 was at the 9th level of the Origin realm. The tables were turned. All of you move to the side. A voice filled with hostility could be heard. Duan Hai actually wanted to fight against Lu Wuhuang's group by himself. Hearing this, the 3 Violent Saber sect disciples who were about to join in the battle were helpless. They didn't dare to go against Duan Hai. Forget it. We will hold the line at the side. One of the Violent Saber sect disciples, who was at the first level of the Earth realm, said calmly. This is the only way. The 3 of them observed the battle from afar, like tigers eyeing their prey. Dozens of miles away, Li Fuqin and his group were searching for herbs. Not only did Li Fuqin need the Origin Return herb, Yuan Tian needed it too. Of course, the first stock of Origin Return herb would definitely belong to Li Fuqin. Yuan Tian would have to move to the back. Yuan Tian didn't have any objections. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not, Li Fuqin was 10 times more useful than him. Only by relying on Li Fuqin could they go against the other 3 sections. There will be opportunities in the future. Yuan Tian clenched his fist tightly. In the past, his vision was limited to the Azure Water sect and he thought it was great to have a 5-star bone frame. But after witnessing the prodigies from the other 3 sects, his desire to become stronger was 10 times stronger than before. At this moment, his opponent wasn't just Li Fuqin or the other prodigies from the Azure Water sect, but also the prodigies from the other 3 sections. One day, he would step on everyone. Stalks after stalk of mystic class herbs were found, but a pity that none of them were Origin Return herbs and the earth-shattering fruits. The Origin Return herbs and earth-shattering fruits were already extinct in the outside world. They were obviously rare in the 100 Herbs hidden domain too. It seems like Lu Wuhuang is in front. Is he being pursued? Keeping a stock of mystic class herb, Xiao Libi raised his head and suddenly frowned. A few thousand meters away, Lu Wuhuang was in a sorry state and was covered in blood. Behind him were 4 Violent Saber sect disciples led by Mad Saber Duan Hai and 3 Heaven Fiend sect disciples led by Li Wuxue. A total of 7 people were pursuing Lu Wuhuang. It wasn't easy for Lu Wuhuang to survive. Originally, the 3 of them would have been able to suppress Mad Saber Duan Hai. Under Duan Hai's orders, the other 3 Violent Saber sect disciples didn't dare to participate in the battle. A pity that Lu Wuhuang and the other 2 were unlucky. It just so happened that Li Wuxue and the other 2 were nearby. After sensing the energy wave, they rushed over. Others might be afraid of Duan Hai, but Li Wuxue wasn't. Of course, Li Wuxue didn't attack Duan Hai either. Instead, he helped Duan Hai to eliminate the Azure Water sect. Under the attacks of the duo, Bai Tao and Lin Wanqing died tragically on the spot. Lu Wuhuang used all his strength and barely managed to escape. But he wouldn't be able to escape for long. The blood on his body was almost drained and he didn't have any time to rest. Hurry up and go. Xiao Libi drew his sword and swiftly went to rescue Lu Wuhuang. Lu Wuhuang noticed Xiao Libi and the others too and flew over. Let's begin. Activating the mystical dragon secret technique and the divine movement leg, Li Fuqin's speed was much faster than Xiao Libi. Lu Wuhuang, they won't be able to rescue you in time. Die. Li Wuxue's weapon was a blood-colored spear. As the spear spun, it was like a blood-colored dragon that drilled towards Lu Wuhuang. Lu Wuhuang was unwilling and let out a silent roar. Just as the spear tip was about to hit Lu Wuhuang. Ding! A black gold sword blocked the spear tip. Go back. Chapter 154. Li Fuqin. Lu Wuhuang opened his mouth and couldn't believe his own eyes. Li Fuqin actually repelled Li Wuxue with a single blade. Could he have progressed to the first level of the Earth realm? Taking a closer look, he didn't. He who had already lost a lot of blood was now feeling even more dizzy. Lu Shidi, are you alright? Xiao Libi rushed over and inquired. I am fine. Many thanks for the rescue. For Lu Wuhuang to say the word, rescue, it was imaginable how he was feeling right now. After repelling Li Wuxue with a single blade, Li Fuchen was like a mountain, blocking the path of Duan Hai and Li Wuxue. It didn't matter what conflict he had with Lu Wuhuang in the Azure Water sect. In the 100 Herbs hidden domain, they were a team, bound together for glory and for loss. Impossible. Li Wuxue's first reaction was that it was impossible. He wasn't a regular first-level Earth Realm martial artist, he was a prodigy from the Heaven Fiend sect. A regular first-level Earth Realm martial artist wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. The deranged Duan Hai finally had a glimmer of humanity in his eyes. There was shock, murderous intent, and battle intent. He actually blocked Li Shixiang's spear. What kind of god is this Li Fuchen? How can a mere Azure Water sect have such a fearsome individual? The Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect disciples behind Duan Hai and Li Wuxue were all shocked. They couldn't imagine how Li Fuchen did it. Unknowingly, their perception of being a monster had been subverted. No matter how much of a monster they were, could they be more of a monster than Li Fuchen? Using the 8th level of the Origin Realm to withstand a single attack from Li Wuxue who was at the 1st level of the Earth Realm? Kill him. We must kill him. This man is too much of a monster. The Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect disciples exploded with murderous intent. Hee, the Azure Water sect's men are almost all here, right? Just nice, we can kill them all at once. Li Wuxue tried his best to suppress his jealousy as he let out a sinister laugh. Duan Hai didn't speak, but his eyes betrayed him. The bloodthirsty him enjoyed the feeling of cleaving an enemy with a single blade. Killing a monster like Li Fuchen should feel great. 5 first-level Earth Realm and 2 9th-level Origin Realm. The situation isn't looking good. Chen Fanghua thought in her heart. Li Shidi, think of a way to kill your way out. Xiao Libi transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen shook his head. How could he escape with the 7 of them eyeing him? If he really wanted to escape, he would probably be the only one who could. Just 7 of them. If they want to kill us, all of them will have to be buried with us. Li Fuchen's voice was very calm, so calm that it was excessive. It seemed that even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, his emotions would not fluctuate. It was just that the disdain and killing intent in that calm tone caused the Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect disciples to feel a chill in their hearts. They felt a chill in their bones, and they couldn't help but shiver. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, and neither side made a sound. Roar! Mad Saber Duan Hai was the first to speak. How was this a human's voice? It was more like the roar of a beast, tyrannical and cruel, without a trace of emotion. Wielding the saber with both hands, Duan Hai cleaved at Li Fuchen. Duan Hai, your name is Mad Saber. Then I shall make you truly mad. Li Fuchen thrusted his sword at the tip of his opponent's saber. Ding! The violent saber chi and sword chi crisscrossed and swam along the ground. Duan Hai, I shall leave him to you. I shall go kill the others. Li Wuxue's figure flashed as he charged at Xiao Libi and the others. Your opponent is me too. Executing the shadowless leg to the limits, Li Fuchen intercepted Li Wuxue and thrusted with his sword. You want to fight me and Duan Hai by yourself? Li Wuxue retreated pathetically with a face of anger. He felt that he was being belittled. Meteor sword rain. Li Fuchen didn't reply. The black gold sword in his hand vibrated in mid-air, as an area of effect sword move engulfed Duan Hai and Li Wuxue. Countless streaks of sword chi shot out like meteors. Li Wuxue couldn't even escape and used his spear to block. Duan Hai brandished his 100 battle saber and formed a tight saber net that formed an impenetrable sphere. But Li Fuchen wasn't interested in this. His meteor sword rain's true target was the rest of the Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect disciples. Ah! 2 violent saber sect disciples and 1 heaven fiend sect disciple died on the spot. How perfect was the meteor sword rain! It wasn't something that a regular mystic class, low-tier sword move could compare with. As long as there was a flaw, it would be exploited. Blood Saber Ling Huang was a living example. The battle had just begun and only 4 of the 7 were left. Even if the situation wasn't reversed, it was close. You guys kill the other 2. Don't tell me you can't do it. Even if you can't do it, you better do it. Lu Wuhuang, if you aren't dead yet, you go and attack too. At this moment, Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered anymore and immediately gave the order. Li Shidi is going against the heavens. Xiao Libi was shocked. Li Fuchen, don't be too arrogant. Duan Hai, kill him together. Li Wuxue was about to go insane, as this was a blatant slap to his face. Bang, 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 in an instant, everyone was split into 2 battlefields. One was Li Fuchen against Duan Hai and Li Wuxue, while the other was Xiao Libi's group against a violent saber sect disciple and a heaven fiend sect disciple. Fighting 1 against 2, Li Fuchen was having a hard time. Apart from the surprise attack at the start, he was in a suppressed state for the majority of the time. Had it not been for his incredible maneuvering skills, he would have died a long time ago. Kill! 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 Every time Duan Hai uttered the word kill, his saber presence would increase by a notch. Towards the end, the saber presence was like a torrential storm, like a raging wave, almost drowning Li Fuchen. Li Wuxue's spear presence might not be as violent as Duan Hai's, but it was very condensed. Every spear thrust was like a venomous dragon emerging from the sea, the spearhead contained a shocking rotational penetrative force. This is what a true battle is, a battle to my heart's content. Li Fuchen's battle intent was surging like a god of war, killing in and out of between Duan Hai and Li Wuxue. His battle awareness is too strong. Duan Hai, let me restrain him. The more they fought, the more Li Wuxue felt how strong Li Fuchen's battle awareness was. Li Fuchen's combat strength was obviously on par with his, but even with Duan Hai's collaboration, they weren't able to take him down within a short period of time. Walala! The blood-colored spear fell off and split into 3 segments, with each segment being connected by a metal chain. The 3-segment spear could be hard or soft, entangled or struck. Blood Dragon Binding Moon. Li Wuxue burst out with a yell, the 3-segment spear moved like a blood dragon, coiling towards Li Fuchen. Mad Demon 28/. Duan Hai wasn't truly insane, he was just immersed in his own world. Seeing that Li Fuchen was restricted in a certain area, he immediately executed his most fearsome Mad Demon Saber style. The twisted saber light was chaotic, cleaving towards Li Fuchen's face. Cling 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 cling, the meteor sword style in Li Fuchen's hands had long surpassed its original limits. After deflecting the 3-segment spear, a stream of light burst forth, welcoming Duan Hai's Mad Demon Saber style. Return to Dragon Gazing Moon, die. The 3-segment spear spun around his body and with a large amount of chi pouring in, the 6 feet long 3-segment spear was shot straight at Li Fuchen. But Li Fuchen was currently in an intense battle with Duan Hai. The intense danger caused Li Fuchen's entire body to feel as though it was being electrocuted, numbing him from the inside out. But it was also because of this extremely severe and bloody danger, that Li Fuchen's extraordinary potential was finally stimulated. The already dreadful scarlet fire intent suddenly burst forth. An illusory furnace appeared above Li Fuchen's head. The furnace and chi presence combined together, causing Duan Hai and Li Wuxue to feel as though they were in a blazing hell. Every move they made was greatly disrupted. Chapter 155. With the support of the furnace anomaly, Li Fuchen's Scarlet Fire Chi and Scarlet Fire Technique intent reached the next level. With a half-turn, countless streams of light were emitted, breaking Duan Hai's Mad Demon Saber style and Li Wuxue's Blood Dragon Spear style. Damn it, his Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique actually produced an anomaly. Li Wuxue was filled with jealousy. He, the young master of the Heaven Fiend sect, had only cultivated the Blood Fiend mystic technique to the 14th rank, not even reaching the 15th rank. But Li Fuchen didn't just reach the 15th rank, he was now at the peak of the 15th rank. What was the peak? It was naturally impossible to advance any further. If he could cultivate the Blood Fiend mystic technique to the peak of the 15th rank, he wouldn't even need to make a move, he could just burst forth with his chi and kill all the disciples from the 3 sections. Which was why he was extremely jealous of Li Fuchen's perception. Jealous that he didn't have such a perception. Jealousy ignited his murderous intent. He wouldn't allow such a monster to exist. In this world, it was enough as long as there was only him, Li Wuxue. Yan Qingguo was also a monster, but she was destined to become his wife. When that time comes, he would ask his father to plant an evil qi seed in her body. With the help of the evil qi seed, he could easily control her. In his opinion, as long as it was a monster, it would either be controlled or destroyed. There was no other choice. Li Fuchen, you must die. Ah! Li Wushue's face was twisted like a ghost, the 3-segment spear joined together to form a blood-colored spear, thrusting at Li Fuchen. Mad Saber Duanhai was getting more and more frenzied, forgetting everything else. This is what a battle is, why can't it be more intense? Li Fuchen's blood was almost boiling and boiling. The intense battle intent, the incisive sword intent, and the blazing technique intent were all intertwined and burst out, clashing with Duanhai's saber intent and Li Wushue's spear intent. At this moment, the area within 10 meters of the trio had turned into a death zone. Anyone who entered would immediately be turned into a blood mist by the Qi forces, leaving nothing behind. Due to the intense clash of spirit will and martial Dao intent, this area was a forbidden illusion zone. Whoever dared to execute illusion techniques here would definitely be killed by the backlash. These 3 battle maniacs. Xiao Libi and the others would look at Li Fuchen from time to time. Apart from gasping for cold air, there was nothing else they could do to alleviate the shock in their hearts. Compared to the Azure Water sect's disciples, the Violent Saber sect's and Heaven Fiend sect's disciples were wondering if they were dreaming. Mad Blade Duanhai and Blood Fiend Li Wuxue, these 2 extremely savage people, were actually blocked by a single person. And this person had the nickname of Sword Demon in the Azure Water sect. At first, no one paid much attention to this title. But now, they deeply understood what a sword fiend was. Boom! The saber, spear, and sword collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion. The 3 of them were sent flying back. The only difference was that Duanhai and Li Wuxue were unconsciously retreating. Li Fuchen was consciously retreating. Pu. The sound of a blade piercing through flesh could be heard. The Violent Saber sect's and Heaven Fiend sect's disciples who were in an intense battle with Xiao Libi's group perished in an instant. Li Fuchen reached out to absorb their storage bags and shouted, "Let's go." Everything had happened too suddenly. Not to mention that the Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect disciples who were killed could not react in time. Xiao Libi and the others couldn't react in time either. But Li Fuchen's current prestige was too great. The 4 of them subconsciously followed Li Fuchen and sprinted. Duanhai and Li Wuxue only reacted now, but it was already too late. The clash earlier was too intense. The 2 of them were sent flying dozens of meters away. By the time they regained control of their bodies, Li Fuchen and the others were already 200 meters away. Bastard! Even though he didn't know why Li Fuchen suddenly escaped, Li Wuxue was infuriated. Li Fuchen coming and going as he pleased made him feel extremely vexed. Just as he was about to give chase, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from the back. In an instant, Li Wuxue understood everything. Li Fuchen must have sensed that someone was approaching from afar, hence the scene earlier. What kind of person was he? In such an intense battle, he could still sense from afar. He and Duanhai were both at the first level of the Earth realm and had neglected the commotion in the surroundings. Blood Fiend. The twin fiends of black and white rushed over. Duanhai. Duan Shixiang. Ling Huang and Shen Feihe rushed over too. The commotion here was simply earth-shattering and could be clearly felt from dozens of miles away. But the entire 100 Herbs hidden domain only had a radius of 100 to 200 miles. Who was that you guys were in an intense battle just now? Black Fiend asked Blood Fiend Li Wuxue. Li Wuxue gritted his teeth, Sword Demon Li Fuchen. What? It's him. White Fiend got a shock. It's him again. Ling Huang couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air and immediately shouted, it can't be him. He was just slightly weaker than me previously. Li Wuxue spoke coldly, he has already progressed to the 8th level of the Origin Realm. His cultivation technique has also broken through to the peak of the 15th rank and produced a technique anomaly. Hearing this, Ling Huang went silent. When he fought with Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Now that he had a breakthrough in both aspects, his ability had definitely increased. This person cannot be left alive. We have to work together to eliminate him. Shen Feihe spoke in a gloomy tone. We must kill him. White Fiend was also filled with murderous intent. Black Fiend said, an 8th level Origin Realm martial artist is already so fearsome. Once he finds a stalk of Origin Return herb and an earth-shattering fruit, it will be disastrous. Everyone will be wiped out without any suspense. Origin Return herb. Not good. Li Wuxue's expression changed. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Li Wuxue, including Duan Hai. Li Wuxue almost vomited blood. There is a stalk of Origin Return herb in Qi Shaohua's storage bag. Qi Shaohua was the Heaven Fiend sect's disciple that was killed earlier. And his storage bag was already taken by Li Fuchen. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Chase. We must not let him have the chance to consume the Origin Return herb. Li Wuxue roared. At this moment, the Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect were working together. Their only thought was to kill Li Fuchen. How about adding us? From afar, another group of people arrived. They were the Spirit Hidden sect's disciples. A total of 5. They were Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo, Ghost Girl Yi Hua, Spirit Child Jiang Xiaomao, and 2 unknown Spirit Hidden sect disciples. Within the 100 Herbs hidden domain, the Spirit Hidden sect had the least casualties. This group of people appeared and disappeared unpredictably, making it hard for others to see their figures. With the arrival of the Spirit Hidden sect disciples, almost everyone in the 100 Herbs hidden domain was present. Those who didn't show themselves were basically at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. They didn't dare to show themselves and there weren't many of them. The weaker ones were basically killed, unless they were hidden well. Sure. But if you dare to play any tricks, don't blame us for being hostile. The Spirit Hidden sect disciples had always been feared. Li Wuxue spoke coldly. Don't worry. After we kill the Azure Water sect disciples, we will decide who is better. Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo laughed. Kiki. Ghost Girl Yi Hua let out a light laugh. Let's go. Chase. A group of 11 people chased after Li Fuchen's group. Li Shidi, the most important thing now is to find a concealed place to consume the Origin Return herb. When he found out that Li Fuchen obtained a stock of Origin Return herb in his storage bag, Xiao Libi was extremely excited. He was even more excited than when he broke through to the 1st level of the Earth Realm. Yes. As long as Li Shidi progresses to the 9th level of the Origin Realm, he will definitely be able to defeat the combined forces of Li Wuxue and Duan Hai. Chen Fanghua agreed. Li Fuchen spoke calmly, they are chasing after us. Among them are Spirit Hidden sect disciples. We need to find a place that is easy to defend and hard to attack. Among them, there were differences in speed. If it was just Li Fuchen alone, he could easily shake off the enemies behind him. My injuries are almost fully recovered. As long as I find a place that is easy to defend and hard to attack, I will give it my all. After consuming a stock of Mystic class, mid-tier blood spirit herb, Lu Wuhuang's injuries recovered at a rapid pace. But the medicinal effects had yet to be fully refined and was still nourishing his body. That place then. Chapter 156. A few miles was covered in a short amount of time. Halfway up the mountain, there was a cave that was 2 meters wide and tall. Looking inside, the cave was deep and dark, with no end in sight. This cave is a good place. As long as we guard the entrance, we should be able to hold them off for a moment. Xiao Libi's eyes lit up. Chen Fanghua took out her mystic class, Lotir's shield. With this shield, we should be able to hold them off for an hour. The mystic class, Lotir's shield, was extremely sturdy. Don't even mention a first-level Earth Realm martial artist, even a 9th-level Earth Realm martial artist would have a hard time breaking it. By pouring qi into it, it could reduce the impact by half. The cave was about 100 meters deep. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a huge space. From the claw marks on the walls, there used to be a demonic beast here, and it was a Class 3 demonic beast. I will refine the origin return herb here. I will leave the rest to you guys. Li Fuchen didn't waste any time and sat down to revolve the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. I will be the first. Lu Shidi, hurry up and recuperate. You will be the second. Xiao Libi took the mystic class, Lotir's shield from Chen Fanghua and said to Lu Wuhuang. Lu Wuhuang nodded and sat down as well. The peak state of the 15th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique had shocking efficiency. After just a few revolutions, Li Fuchen felt a devouring force being produced. The blazing hot energy in the surroundings was like a tide, surging towards him. Taking out the origin return herb, Li Fuchen swallowed it. In just a short moment, Li Wuxue and the rest caught up. They are in the cave. Let's kill our way in. The black-white twin fiends rushed into the cave first. When the two of them worked together, their strength was astounding, which was why they weren't afraid of an ambush. Pang! But just as the two of them rushed into the cave, a white miasma bomb exploded. A thick white smoke diffused, scaring the black-white twin fiends and causing them to retreat. Even if they weren't afraid of an ambush, they had to at least be able to see it. Without being able to see it, anyone would panic. Scatter! Being frightened by a white miasma bomb, the black-white twin fiends didn't look too good. White Fiend grunted and blasted a palm wind at the cave. Huff, huff, huff. The strong wind was like a raging dragon, sweeping up the white smoke and sending it deeper into the depths. However, in the next moment, a loud sound was heard, and the white smoke bounced back. The chaotic energy had nowhere to vent, and it carried countless crushed stones with it, rampaging toward the entrance of the cave. The black-white double ghosts were in a sorry state. Within the white mist and the chaotic qi flow, there were clearly several sword qis attacking them. If not for their quick reflexes and increased their strength, they would have been severely injured by the sword qis. Damn it! The black and white double malice were infuriated. Together, they attacked the cave. Inside the cave, a large number of rocks fell down. The two energies entangled with each other, with an unstoppable force, bombarded onto the low-rank profound rank shield. Xiao Libi coughed out a mouthful of blood, he instantly suffered some internal injuries. His ability was slightly inferior to either the Black Fiend or White Fiend. With the two of them working together, even if the Mystic class, Lotir's shield weakened their strength by more than half, it wasn't something he could easily defend against. On the side, Chen Fanghua and Yuan Tian stood on both sides of Xiao Libi, constantly sending out sword qi to attack the entrance of the cave. The sword qi that almost injured the black-white twin fiends was sent out by Chen Fanghua. As for Yuan Tian's sword qi, it could only be used as a support. They are stalling for time. Attack together. Blood Fiend Li Wuxue couldn't wait any longer. If Li Fuchen broke through to the 9th level of the Origin Realm, none of their sects would be a match for the Azure Water sect, unless all three sects worked together. 11 of them working together to attack the cave, it was an imposing sight. In an instant, countless saber qi, chi forces, and spear forces were sent into the cave like a torrential storm. Rumble. A pity that the cave was too small and everyone was standing at a different angle. Before the chi forces could reach deeper, they started to collide, causing the cave to collapse. In an instant, a large amount of rocks tumbled down, blocking the entrance of the cave. The faces of Li Wuxue and the others twitched. They never expected such an outcome. They thought that the rocks within the 100 Herbs hidden domain would be countless times harder than the rocks in the outside world and should be able to withstand a lot of force. There aren't many rocks. The three of us will be at the front. Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo said. That's the only way. Li Wuxue nodded. The three that Duan Muyo mentioned were naturally the strongest three from the three sections. They were Mad Saber Duan Hai, Blood Fiend Li Wuxue, and himself. The three of them stood side by side, activating their chi and began to attack the rocks. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Under the assault of countless saber chi, spear forces, and palm forces, the rocks were all blasted apart, turning into a boundless amount of gravel and dust, spreading towards the interior of the cave. How could Xiao Libi and the other two withstand so many gravel? They were all constantly retreating. 15 minutes later, the tens of meters of rocks were finally blasted apart. Apart from the gravel, there were no other obstacles. Kill our way in. The cave was about 2 meters wide and could accommodate 3 people walking side by side, although it was a little cramped. Xiao Libi had no other choice but to throw all his life-saving items forward. Thunderbolt bombs, white miasma bombs, ox hair needles, all of them were thrown out. But Li Wuxue, Duan Muyo, and Duan Hai were too strong. With the three of them working together, no matter what was thrown at them, it would all be destroyed and swept away. There was no way to obstruct their advance. For a moment, the entire cave was filled with white smoke or gravel dust. Due to the fact that they couldn't expel the dust, the air quality was very poor and visibility was very low. Even after reaching the Earth realm and being able to see in the dark, it was useless. It was very chaotic. Bang! The Mystic Class Lotier's shield almost slipped out of his hands. Xiao Libi was sent flying by the combined attack of the three and suffered severe internal injuries. He couldn't even lift both his arms. Let me. Right at this moment, Lu Wuhuang caught up and took over the shield from Xiao Libi's hands. But Lu Wuhuang was only slightly stronger than Xiao Libi. How could he withstand the combined attack of the three and suffered severe injuries as well? A violent gale sent Chen Fanghua and Yuan Tian, who were at the back, flying, crashing into the cave where Li Fuchen was meditating. Boom! Right at this moment, a shocking spirit chi tornado erupted and gushed into Li Fuchen's body. With the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique at the peak state of the 15th rank, Li Fuchen's speed of refining the Origin Return Herb increased by several folds. Naturally, his breakthrough time was much faster as well. With the Spirit Chi Dragon engulfing his body, Li Fuchen's cultivation level rose to the 9th level of the Origin realm. You guys have worked hard. Let me deal with them. Li Fuchen grunted and activated the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique. A technique anomaly appeared. A violent and blazing chi presence enveloped the entire cave and extended towards the cave. Meteor fall. An incomparably dazzling stream of light burst forth and shot toward the cave. Not good, he broke through. Retreat quickly. As the killing chi assaulted him, Li Wuxue brandished his spear to block. But this sword chi was too horrifying, forcing him to retreat again and again. His blood was boiling, and with the poor visibility in the cave, he couldn't see anything. Li Wuxue couldn't help but panic. Trying to leave. No way. Chapter 157. Loud noises erupted frequently. Boulders fell from the cave passage, and the entire mountain seemed to be shaking. Fighting 1 against 3, Li Fuchen had completely suppressed Li Wuxue, Duan Hai, and Duan Muyo. This was mainly because the cave was narrow, and the advantage of having more people could not be brought into play. Secondly, even though Li Fuchen couldn't see his opponent clearly, but Li Fuchen's senses were much sharper than the other three. Thirdly, which was also the most important point, Li Fuchen's ability was sufficient. Breaking through from the 8th level of the Origin Realm to the 9th level of the Origin Realm, Li Fuchen's base ability had once again increased by several folds. 1 versus 1, or 1 versus 2, no one was a match for him. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 4 figures rushed out of the cave one after another. The first to rush out of the cave was Duan Muyo, followed by Li Wuxue and finally Duan Hai. All 3 of them had bloodstains on their bodies. Duan Muyo had the least bloodstains on his body, with only a single tear on his clothes. Li Wuxue was almost half covered in blood, with blood stains all over his body. Duan Hai was the most miserable. He who loved to fight, was basically fighting and retreating at the same time. As a result, he suffered the most injuries, with one of his ears being sliced off by Li Fuchen. Outside the cave, the other 8 people who had already retreated were shocked. Duan Muyo, Duan Hai, and Li Wuxue were undoubtedly the strongest 3 from the 3 sections. Even when the 3 of them worked together, they still couldn't gain an advantage against Li Fuchen. This Li Fuchen was just too insane. Without any sound or presence, a figure appeared behind Li Fuchen. A sharp dagger that was emitting a black light stabbed at the back of Li Fuchen's neck. This was a Spirit Hidden Sect's disciple. His ability was ranked top 5 in the Spirit Hidden Sect. After progressing to the first level of the Earth Realm, he was able to assassinate martial artists who were much stronger than him. As long as he could land a hit, no matter how strong Li Fuchen was, he would still be in deep trouble. Ghost Girl Yihua sneered. If she could assassinate Li Fuchen, she would have done it a long time ago. Li Fuchen's spirit will was extremely strong. In order to assassinate him, it would at least require Duan Muyo or Jiang Xiaomao. Puff! Before the dagger could even get within an inch of Li Fuchen, a sword pierced through the throat of this Spirit Hidden Sect disciple. The sword protruded from Li Fuchen's right shoulder. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen lifted his right hand and thrusted the black gold sword behind him. In a split second, he killed his opponent, as though he had eyes on the back of his head. Drawing his sword, Li Fuchen didn't even look at his opponent and scanned the crowd. There were a lot of people, 10 in total. Come. 1 against 10, Li Fuchen didn't have any fear. I, black-white twin ghosts, will fight you. The black fiend's weapon was a pitch-black stick, while the white fiend's weapon was a white chain. The 2 of them attacked Li Fuchen from the left and right. It could be seen that the black and white double ghosts were very good at joint attacks. The black ghost's attacks were masculine and domineering, while the white ghost's attacks were soft and flexible, silent. The 2 of them complemented each other, and their attacks were like an inescapable net, airtight. Get lost. With a shake of the black gold sword in Li Fuchen's hand, countless meteor sword chi burst forth. Ding ding dang dang, Puchi. The twin ghosts of black and white returned the way they had come. Moreover, they were covered in wounds, and the sword marks on their bodies were hideous. Damn it, how can he be so strong? He Sha looked down at his bloody chest with a gloomy face. Bai Sha could hardly lift his left arm. A sword chi cut a meridian on his left arm. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that he alone can fight against the 10 of us. Blood Saber Ling Huang's injuries had already recovered. When he saw how dominant Li Fuchen was, he felt a chill in his heart and yelled out. Kill! At this moment, everyone couldn't be bothered about their reputation anymore. They had to kill Li Fuchen first. But Li Fuchen wasn't so foolish to stand still and clash with the 10 of them. His figure shuttled back and forth. Each time, only 2 or 3 people could exchange moves with him. It was impossible for them to work together. Swish! Activating the divine movement leg, the scenery on both sides suddenly became a blur. Li Fuchen instantly appeared in front of a Spirit Hidden Sect disciple and slashed across his neck. PFFF. A large head soared into the sky. Blood spurted out like a fountain, several meters high. It was a spectacular sight. Hee hee, don't think you can leave so easily after killing my spirit-hidden sex disciple. The spirit child, Jiang Xiaomao, was a dwarf. His movements were much more agile than the rest. Just as Li Fuchen severed the spirit-hidden sex disciple's head, Jiang Xiaomao scuttled out from behind the disciple. With a magistrate brush, he aimed for Li Fuchen's heart. Just you. Get lost. Li Fuchen raised his leg and sent his opponent flying with a kick. Shadowless leg, traceless. Even though Li Fuchen hadn't reached the trance stage and comprehended the shadowless intent, the leg was still a part of the human body. The speed of Li Fuchen's leg wasn't any slower than a sword. Jiang Xiaomao flew through the air and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood with a shocked expression. How could this person's sword arts and leg arts be so incredible? Look at me. It was unknown when ghost girl Yi Hua appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Her eyes seemed to have a whirlpool that wanted to devour Li Fuchen's spirit will. Eyes shooting out a blue and green glow, Li Fuchen let out a cold snort. PFFF. The two of them didn't even exchange blows, but ghost girl Yi Hua vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. This was the backlash of the illusion technique. His spirit will is too strong. Retreat first. Ghost girl Yi Hua was equally shocked. She realized that she had underestimated Li Fuchen's spirit will. Her illusion technique couldn't even shake his spirit will. Mad Demon 28/ Ghost Shadow Palm style. Blood Dragon Spear style. Taking advantage of this short window, the three strongest disciples from the three sects rushed over and joined forces to execute a move against Li Fuchen. A pity that Li Fuchen had already adjusted his chi flow and executed the meteor rain sword to neutralize their combined attack. He only took 3 steps back. Is this guy still human? The violent saber sex Shenfeihe didn't interfere at all. He had the intention to retreat and looked towards the cave from time to time. He intended to eliminate those in the cave first. Want to go in? Die. Activating the divine movement leg again, Li Fuchen appeared at the side of Shenfeihe and slashed with his sword. With the scarlet fire intent and meteor sword intent bursting out, Shenfeihe was like a sack that was sent flying. He laid on the ground and couldn't get up. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. The battle was getting more and more intense. After an hour, Li Fuchen didn't suffer any injuries, but his opponents were all injured. They were all gritting their teeth but couldn't do anything. Who would have known that Li Fuchen, who was at the 9th level of the origin realm, would be this strong? It was fine if he was strong, but the crucial point was that his senses were too sharp. They didn't even have the chance to surround him. Li Fuchen's leg secret technique was extremely fast. Even though they were unwilling, but everyone knew that if this carried on, they would lose their combat strength one by one. And it was impossible to exhaust Li Fuchen's qi. Li Fuchen had a large amount of qi returning pills on him. In order to exhaust Li Fuchen's qi, it would take at least 1 hour. Let's go. Li Wushue's tone was filled with resentment. Swish, 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 as the figures retreated, Ling Huang carried Shenfeihe and left quickly. The last to leave was Mad Saber Duanhai. He let out a mournful roar towards the sky. Li Fuchen didn't stop them. He stood in place and quietly watched them leave. Chapter 158. With a large amount of mystic class herbs, Lu Wuhuang, Xiao Libi, and the others recovered quickly. After 2 hours, they were almost fully recovered. Seeing Li Fuchen walk in, Xiao Libi was the first to open his eyes. Li Shidi, where are they? They all left. Li Fuchen replied. They all left? Xiao Libi was flabbergasted. How did they leave? Needless to say, he wasn't a fool. If the disciples of the 3 sects weren't beaten up, they wouldn't have left. It was obvious that Li Fuchen used his own strength to repel the disciples of the 3 sections. Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian opened their eyes with a complicated expression. It didn't matter if they admitted it or not, Li Fuchen had already left them far behind. Of course, it was impossible to convince the two of them. The path of the martial Tao had just begun. The one who had the last laugh would be the winner. Exiting the cave, the five of them continued to search for herbs. The earth-shattering fruit could not only help a 9th-level origin realm martial artist break through to the first level of the earth realm, it could also help a first-level earth realm martial artist break through to the second level. In short, the more the better, no one would complain about having too many. With 8 storage bags, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about not being able to store all the herbs. As long as it was a yellow class, high tier, and above herb, Li Fuchen wouldn't let it go. As for the others, Xiao Libi and Lu Wuhuang each had 2 storage bags. Chen Fanghua originally only had 1, but Li Fuchen gave Lu Xiaofei's storage bag to Chen Fanghua. A pity that it had the Tsang Lan sect's insignia on it. After leaving the 100 Herbs hidden domain, both of them had to be handed over. Among the 5 of them, only Yuan Tian only had 1 storage bag. Beside a small river, Xiao Libi found a stalk of origin return herb. Yuan Shidi, for you. Xiao Libi passed the origin return herb to Yuan Tian. Thank you, Xiao Shixiang. Yuan Tian was overjoyed. His cultivation level was too low. Even Li Fuchen, who was originally at the 7th level of the origin realm, had surpassed him. This made him extremely depressed. With the 4 of them around, Yuan Tian couldn't be bothered anymore. He sat down and began refining the origin return herb. After 2 hours, Yuan Tian's cultivation had officially broken through to the 9th level of the origin realm. He just needed 1 more earth-shattering fruit and he would be able to become a first-level earth realm martial artist. Of course, the earth-shattering fruit was 10 times more precious than the origin returning grass. Up until now, only Chen Fanghua had consumed the earth-shattering fruit. The others had suppressed their cultivation level outside the 100 Herbs hidden ground. After entering, they naturally broke through, and it had nothing to do with the earth-shattering fruit. The 100 Herbs secret realm has a circumference of 200 miles. There must be quite a number of origin return grass and earth-shattering fruits. Li Fuchen wasn't thinking about himself, but his parents. If he could bring back a batch of origin return herbs, it would allow his parents to progress to the 9th level of the origin realm. Boom! Just as Li Fuchen was thinking, a few dozen miles away, there was suddenly a spirit chi pillar that soared into the sky. This pillar of spiritual energy was so huge that it could be clearly seen from dozens of miles away. The core region of the pocket dimension. Someone has found the core region of the pocket dimension. Xiao Bieli exclaimed. In the mystic realm, the heaven and earth spiritual chi was dense. In the core area of the mystic realm, the heaven and earth spiritual chi was several times denser. There, even more precious herbs would appear. In the past few decades, only 1 or 2 people managed to open the core area of the secret realm. It wasn't something that could be found every time. Come, let's head over. Li Fuchen's mind moved as he raised his chi and flew. The spirit chi pillar was too huge. As long as one was within the 100 Herbs secret realm, they would be able to see it. I must be the first to enter the core region of the secret realm. If I can obtain an earth-shattering fruit, my cultivation will be able to break through to the 2nd level of the earth realm. By then, I will still be able to defeat Li Fuchen. The earth realm was the 3rd major realm of the martial Tao. The difference between each minor realm was much bigger than the origin realm. Li Wuxue was desperate to kill Li Fuchen. If he didn't kill Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Everyone else had the same thoughts. All of them wanted to obtain an earth-shattering fruit. The core region of the secret realm was a cluster of ancient buildings. These buildings were all built with giant boulders and were filled with a mottled and vicissitude chi presence. At the corner of the cluster of buildings was a small-scale herb garden. Yan Qingwu's figure was seated on a giant boulder, her chi presence fluctuating. Not knowing how much time had passed, the sky above the herb garden was filled with a tidal wave of heaven and earth energy. It formed a spirit qi tornado and poured into Yan Qingwu's body. Yan Qingwu's qi presence rose steadily. Her clothes and long hair danced without any wind, elegant and sharp. Swish! Opening her eyes, there was a flash of chilling light in her beautiful eyes. So this is the first level of the Earth realm? Yan Qingwu drew her black curved saber and cleaved. Crack! A giant boulder nearby was cleaved into two cleanly. The remnant saber chi flowed out and split open the ground. But soon enough, the giant boulder merged back into one and the ground quickly mended. In the blink of the eye, it was as though nothing had happened. Yan Qingwu was already used to it. The 100 Herbs hidden domain had the ability to automatically regenerate. And in the core region of the secret realm, the regenerative ability was increased by 10 folds. Someone is here. Yan Qingwu looked at the entrance of the nearby buildings. So it is Qingwu Shimi. You have also progressed to the first level of the Earth realm? The leader was obviously Li Wuxue. Seeing Yan Qingwu, the eyes of the Violent Saber sect and Spirit Hidden sect disciples all flashed with killing intent. As compared to Li Fuchen, they wanted to kill Yan Qingwu more. Because killing Yan Qingwu would result in great rewards from the sect. As for Li Fuchen, even though his ability was high now, but according to the information from the sect scouts, he was just a normal bone frame. Who knows when he might lose his brilliance? But Yan Qingwu was a 6-star bone frame. As long as she didn't die prematurely, she would become a threat sooner or later. Of course, if the two of them could be killed, that would be the best. Now is not the time to fall out. Let's wait until the last day. Duan Muyo thought to himself. On the other side of the buildings, Li Fuchen and the others rushed over. Is there someone living here? Looking at the densely packed stone buildings, Chen Fanghua couldn't help but ask. Xiao Libi said, legend has it that some people with exceptional ability would occupy a hidden domain as their own. Perhaps, this 100 Herbs hidden domain used to be the residence of an absolute master. Li Fuchen nodded. He had seen similar records before. Some of the absolute masters were unimaginable. Calling the wind and summoning the rain, flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground, creating all living things out of thin air. To these absolute masters, all of these were just minor tricks. Legend has it that the giant hand basin in the 100 battle region was created by a single palm strike from an absolute master. Of course, records were just records. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. In this boundless land, the reincarnation realm was already the highest existence. No one had ever seen an expert of a higher realm. Perhaps only after reaching the reincarnation realm, would one have some understanding of the higher realms. Chapter 159. The stone buildings extended in all directions, like a maze. Li Fuchen and the others entered for a short while and realized they couldn't find the way they came from. What's more, within the stone buildings, they weren't able to jump too high. Once they exceeded 2 meters, there would be an invisible force pressing down on them. These stone buildings sure are peculiar. No wonder it is the residence of an absolute master. Chen Fanghua muttered. She had already determined that these stone buildings were the manor of the absolute master and the entire hidden domain was his territory. But with the passage of time, this absolute master was nowhere to be found. Walking on the stone-paved path, Li Fuchen extended his hand and sucked a stalk of herb that was growing in the cracks of the stones into his hand. This was obviously a stalk of yellow class, peak-tier herb. But in this place, it was just like a weed, growing casually. On the sides of the path, on the walls, in the gutters, there were plenty of herbs growing. Most of them were yellow class, high tier, or peak tier, with the occasional mystic class, low tier herb. We don't understand the world of absolute masters. Xiao Libi shook his head. Be it inside or outside of the stone buildings, the herbs were like cabbages. They were excited at the start, but now, they were used to it. Perhaps only the origin return grass, earth-shattering fruit, and mystic class, high-tier, and above herbs could excite them. After an hour, the 5 of them finally walked out of the road and arrived at a spacious courtyard. On the west side of the courtyard, there was a small herb garden. That is, the earth-shattering fruit. Yuan Tian pointed at the center of the herb garden, his body trembling with excitement. Everyone looked over and saw a circle of giant rocks surrounding the herb garden. There were over 20 stalks of mystic-class herbs, and 3 of them were earth-shattering fruits. 3 of them appearing at once, it feels unreal. Xiao Libi was shocked. Chen Fenghua said, I think we need to have a rule of distribution. If not, it would be a huge loss for Li Shidi. For the 5 of them to survive until now, Li Fuchen contributed the most. Xiao Libi nodded, Chen Shimi is right. How about this? Li Shidi will take half of the precious herbs we discovered together. The 4 of us will split the remaining half. Anyone can voice out their opinions. Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction, but the 2 of them didn't say anything. Even though it was a suggestion, it was definitely the majority. Xiao Libi and Chen Fenghua would definitely support Li Fuchen. Since no one has any objections, we shall proceed as such. Li Shidi, what do you think? Xiao Libi looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen replied, not bad. He wasn't stupid enough to reject it. This was what he deserved. Other than the 3 earth-shattering fruits, there were also 4 origin return grass and some other low and mid-grade profound rank herbs. Li Fuchen said, I want 1 stalk of earth-shattering fruit and all the other herbs. As for the remaining 2 stalks of earth-shattering fruits, you guys can discuss how to split them. In terms of value, the value of an earth-shattering fruit was comparable to all other medicinal herbs. The reason why he didn't want the earth-shattering fruit was mainly because he wanted the others to increase their strength. After all, there would definitely be fierce battles ahead. Moreover, there should be more earth-shattering fruits in the cluster of buildings. I want an earth-shattering fruit. I can have a smaller share of the following rewards. Yuan Tian desperately wanted to increase his cultivation to the 1st level of the earth realm. I want one too. Lu Wuhuang continued. Xiao Libi nodded, sure. These 2 earth-shattering fruits shall be given to the 2 of you first. Yuan Tian's cultivation was too low and deserved an earth-shattering fruit. But Lu Wuhuang was an expert who was just inferior to Li Fuchen. If he could progress to the 2nd level of the earth realm, he would be a force to be reckoned with. Just like this, the distribution of the herbs in the small-sized herb garden was completed. Keeping all the herbs apart from the earth-shattering fruit, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged. Yuan Tian followed suit and sat cross-legged. As for Lu Wuhuang, Xiao Libi, and Chen Fenghua, they were to protect the 2 of them. After circulating the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique for a dozen times, Li Fuchen consumed the earth-shattering fruit. The earth-shattering fruit was indeed the earth-shattering fruit. The nourishing effect of the spirit was a few folds better than the origin return grass. As the medicinal effects dispersed, Li Fuchen felt his mind was clear and didn't feel restless at all. 15 minutes passed. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. The sky gradually darkened. In the evening, Yuan Tian was the first to break through. An astounding spirit chi tornado gathered towards Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian's chi presence had a qualitative change and was emitting a subtle pressure. But in the next moment, an even more astounding spirit chi tornado appeared. It was Li Fuchen who broke through. Such a horrifying spirit chi wave. Xiao Libi and the others were shocked. When they broke through to the 1st level of the earth realm, the commotion wasn't comparable to Li Fuchen. The 3 of them could sense a spirit chi tornado that was a few folds larger than Yuan Tian's. It was forming above Li Fuchen like a giant funnel. As the spirit chi tornado appeared, Yuan Tian's spirit chi tornado trembled, as though it was going to collapse at any moment. Yuan Tian obviously felt a trace of abnormality and quickly devoured the spirit chi tornado into his body. Pitter-patter. A strange sound came from within his body. Yuan Tian's chi presence rushed into the sky and spread in all directions. Earth realm martial artists were able to use their chi presence to suppress their enemies. If their chi presence was strong enough, it was enough to immobilize an origin realm martial artist. Gradually opening his eyes, Yuan Tian had a flash of delight on his face. The first level of the earth realm was too formidable. With his senses, he could vaguely feel the flow of energy in the surroundings. It was a mystical feeling of being in control of everything in the surroundings. But soon enough, the delight on Yuan Tian's face vanished. From his senses, the spirit chi tornado above Li Fuchen was too massive. It was like a monster, constantly devouring the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi. With the spirit chi tornado pouring into his body, Li Fuchen's body seemed to have expanded by 1-fold. Countless popping sounds could be heard from within his body. At the same time, a horrific chi presence was emitted. Even though the 4 of them were first-level Earth Realm martial artists, they still felt uneasy. It was as though their bodies had become several folds heavier. No wonder he is at the Earth Realm. Even if I close my eyes, I can still see the presence of others. With his spirit sense, Li Fuchen could clearly feel the direction of the heaven and earth energy flow. He could also feel the chi waves within the bodies of the 4. They were like 4 dazzling torches. Congratulations to the 2 of you for progressing to the Earth Realm. Xiao Libi laughed. As Li Fuchen progressed to the first level of the Earth Realm, the last trace of worry in his heart vanished. Li Shidi, what is your current ability level? Chen Fanghua asked curiously. Li Fuchen replied, a single blade. I can kill anyone. Breaking through from the 9th level of the Origin Realm to the first level of the Earth Realm didn't just increase one's basic ability by a few folds, it was at least doubled. As for the exact amount, Li Fuchen wasn't able to determine for now. After all, he had just broken through and it was an entire realm. Incredible. Chen Fanghua's eyes lit up. Lu Shidi, you can break through now. With Li Shidi protecting you, you don't have to worry. Xiao Libi said to Lu Wuhuang. Chapter 160. The commotion caused by Lu Wuhuang breaking through to the 2nd level of the Earth Realm was obviously incomparable to the commotion caused by Li Fuchen breaking through to the 1st level of the Earth Realm. If the spirit chi tornado produced by Li Fuchen's breakthrough was a giant dragon, then the spirit chi tornado produced by Lu Wuhuang's breakthrough was just a giant python. The difference wasn't small. Despite the case, a 2nd level of the Earth Realm was still the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. His chi presence was powerful like a tornado, giving Xiao Libi, Chen Fanghua, and Yuan Tian a huge amount of pressure. With the strength of the 5 of us, we should be able to fight against the 3 sections. Xiao Libi was very happy. Previously, Li Fuchen was the only one who could fight against the disciples of the 3 sections. They couldn't even interfere, which made him feel extremely frustrated. After all, it didn't feel good to be protected by others. The stone building complex was huge, and the 5 of them continued to go deeper. Cuckoo, I am finally at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. This is the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. In the depths of the stone buildings, there was a mid-sized herb garden. Li Wuxue, Duan Hai, and Duan Muyo had all broken through to the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. 3 massive chi pressuring soared into the sky, and within a radius of a few hundred meters, everyone found it hard to even breathe. Seems like the heavens are still looking out for us. We actually found a medium-sized herb garden and found a total of 6 earth-shattering fruits. Duan Muyu chuckled. Right now, each of us can defeat Li Fuchen with ease. With the 3 of us working together, we can turn him into ashes in a single move. Li Wuxue spoke in a cold tone. The feeling of being powerful was too wonderful, and controlling the life and death of others was even more wonderful. Duan Hai did not say anything. However, the killing intent emitted from his body was more convincing than any words. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's existence caused a huge fluctuation in his emotions. Alright, we've already broken through. It's your turn now, Li Wuxue said to the Black Fiend, Ling Huang, and Jiang Xiaomao. There were a total of 6 earth-shattering fruits, 2 for each of the 3 sections. Only Yan Qinggu, White Demon, and Ghost Girl Yihua didn't get any. Yan Qinggu had already discovered a small herb garden previously, so she should have some earth-shattering fruits on her. Meanwhile, White Demon and Ghost Girl Yihua had to wait for a while. Alright. Black Fiend, Ling Huang, and Jiang Xiaomao couldn't wait to sit down cross-legged. After a dozen cycles, they swallowed the earth-shattering fruit. The night grew darker and the stars dimmed. Li Fuchen's group of 5 continued to venture deeper into the stone structures, hoping to find a second herb garden. After an unknown amount of time, several miles to the east, a heart-palpitating wave of yuan qi suddenly came. Someone is breaking through. Qin Fanghua frowned. It should be Li Wuxue and the others. Xiao Bieli frowned as well. As their strength increased, their opponents might be improving as well. It was just that they didn't know how many of their opponents had broken through to the second level of the Earth Realm. If too many of them advanced to the second level of the Earth Realm, then everything would be back to square one. We have to hurry up and find the second herb garden, Lu Wuhuang said. Li Fuchen nodded. In the 100 Herbs hidden domain, it was too easy to advance. Just one stalk of herb was enough to easily advance. Now that he was in the core region of the hidden domain, it was even easier to advance. Fortunately, the earth-shattering fruit couldn't be consumed consecutively. Consuming the second fruit in succession would greatly reduce the medicinal effects. Consuming the third fruit would only have about 10% of the medicinal effects of the first fruit. In short, the further one consumed, the weaker the medicinal effects would be. After the third fruit, there would be no effect at all. Otherwise, as long as he had 8 or 10 earth-shattering fruits, he would be able to easily progress to the 9th level of the Earth Realm. In the medium-sized herb garden, Ling Huang and the other 2 awakened from their advancement states. The 3 of them had an extremely formidable qi presence. Their eyes were either sharp like a blade, threatening with baleful qi, or strange and sinister. Compared to 2 hours ago, they were completely different. Li Fuchen, wash your neck and wait for me. The Black Fiend laughed heartily. Ling Huang said, once he appears, I will immediately let him have a taste of being sliced into pieces. Leave that azure water sect female disciple to me. She has soft and tender skin and should be fun to play with. After killing her, I can even make her into a human skin doll. Jiang Xiaomao had a perverted look in his eyes. On the ground not far away, Yan Qinggu, who was meditating, frowned. This wasn't the first time she heard these people mentioning Li Fuchen. In less than half a year's time, your ability seems to have increased by quite a bit. Yan Qinggu thought in her heart. As dawn approached the next day, Li Fuchen and his group finally found the second herb garden. In this herb garden, there were only 2 stalks of earth-shattering fruit. But it was fortunate that only Xiao Libi and Qin Fanghua didn't get any earth-shattering fruits. As for the other herbs in the herb garden, they naturally belonged to Li Fuchen. I have already consumed an earth-shattering fruit. This earth-shattering fruit probably won't have much of an effect. Qin Fanghua gave up on consuming the earth-shattering fruit and handed it over to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, after consuming this earth-shattering fruit, you will have a 10% chance of progressing to the second level of the Earth Realm. Qin Fanghua shook her head, 10% chance is too little. If you don't mind me dragging you down, I am already satisfied with being at the first level of the Earth Realm. Of course I won't mind. With me around, everything will be at ease. Li Fuchen kept the earth-shattering fruit and took out an empty storage bag. He handed it over to Qin Fanghua. This storage bag is for you. All the storage bags with the Azure Water sect's insignia had to be handed over. As for the storage bags without the Azure Water sect's insignia, they would naturally belong to him. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Qin Fenghua's face revealed a smile. A storage bag was too important to a martial artist. When going out, they always needed to bring some necessities. Without a storage bag, it would be very inconvenient. But with a storage bag, all problems would be easily solved. In the auctions in the outside world, whenever a storage bag appeared, there would be a mad scramble for it. The price would usually reach up to a few 100,000 gold coins. Most of the time, it wasn't possible to buy it even if you had the gold coins. After all, those who were fighting for the storage bags all had some sort of background. 2 hours later, Xiao Libi successfully progressed to the second level of the Earth realm. It was obvious that Xiao Libi was extremely excited. It was no wonder. For an Earth realm martial artist, each level was harder than the previous. With his 4-star bone frame, if he cultivated normally, he would need at least 1 or 2 years to progress to the second level of the Earth realm. But now, he was able to advance with ease, saving a huge amount of time. In the past, it wasn't every batch that could discover the core of the hidden domain. It was already a great fortune for 1 or 2 individuals to obtain something like the earth-shattering fruit. As the first rays of the morning sun shone on the land, the 5 of them continued their journey and gradually went deeper into the stone structures. Such a pity. This should be a large-scale herb garden, but there isn't a single stalk of herb here. Looking at the empty large-scale herb garden, the 5 of them had a regretful expression. Li Fuchen said, "High-grade herbs require a lot of time to grow. Maybe a long time ago, the 4 sect disciples harvested all the herbs here. Until now, they still haven't grown. After the herbs were harvested, they would more or less leave traces of tiny roots underground. After countless years, these roots would germinate and grow into herbs. The higher the grade of the herb, the longer the time needed to grow. According to records, some of the Earth-class herbs would require a few 100 years or even 1,000 years to grow. But the legendary Heaven-class herbs would require thousands or even tens of thousands of years to mature." Xiao Libi nodded. Li Shidi is right. Chapter 161. This group of people were the disciples of the 3 sects, led by Li Wuxue, Duan Hai, and Duan Muyo. Yan Qingwu was among them. Seeing that 6 out of the 9 had progressed to the second level of the Earth realm, Xiao Libi and the others had an unpleasant expression. They thought that there would at most be 2 or 3 who progressed to the second level of the Earth realm. They didn't expect there to be 6. Other than that, the other 4 who were at the first level of the Earth realm weren't easy to deal with either. Yan Qinggu, White Fiend, Yi Hua and Shen Feihe. Any one of them was not much weaker than Xiao Libi. They were obviously much stronger than Yuan Tian and Qin Fanghua. This group of fellows is really a roadblock. Xiao Libi laughed bitterly. He had thought that they were lucky, but the other party was even luckier. Li Wuxue and the others had a stern expression. Their eyes swept across Lu Wuhuang and Xiao Libi and were slightly surprised. But they didn't pay much attention as they were only at the second level of the Earth realm. Among them, only Lu Wuhuang had some capability. That Xiao Libi was undoubtedly lacking. But when their eyes landed on Li Fuchen, all of their expressions turned gloomy. Li Fuchen had actually advanced to the first level of the Earth realm. When he was at the 9th level of the Origin realm, he was already able to fight against all of them. Now that he had progressed to the first level of the Earth realm, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? Damn it! Li Wuxue roared in his heart. Li Fuchen swept a cold glance at the 10 of them and said indifferently, "Get lost before I change my mind." Among everyone present, only Li Fuchen had the confidence to challenge all 3 sections. Clang! A demonic killing intent radiated from Duan Hai's body as he quickly drew his 100 battle saber. So what if he advanced to the first level of the Earth realm? We have 6 second-level Earth realm and 4 first-level Earth realm here. Blood Saber Ling Huang growled. Hearing this, the others were somewhat tempted. Indeed, they had 6 second-level Earth realm martial artists here. If they were to retreat without a fight, it would be a huge disgrace. Even if they were to kill Li Fuchen in the future, it would leave a shadow in their hearts. Hand over all the storage bags, and I can spare your lives. He Sha grinned. I want that woman too. Jiang Shaomao licked his lips and stared at Chen Fanghua. Hearing this, Xiao Libi and the other three drew their dark gold swords and unleashed their auras. Looks like you guys aren't going to follow my instructions. Li Wuxue was the first to unleash his aura, followed closely by the rest of the disciples from the three sections. Only Yan Qinggu seemed to want to keep to herself, standing far away. She disdained to bully with numbers. If she wanted to defeat Li Fuchen, she would do it fair and square. Under the eruption of more than 10 auras, the courtyard swayed in the wind and rain, and even space itself seemed to distort. Of course, it was impossible for space to truly distort. What was being twisted was everyone's willpower. After all, one's aura also contained one's spirit will. As their wills pressed against each other, the scene in everyone's vision began to distort. Under the pressure of the 9 auras, Xiao Libi and the other 3 found it hard to breathe. If they were to fight for real, it would be good if they could unleash 70% to 80% of their strength. Standing in the middle of the qi presences from the 2 camps, Li Fuchen didn't feel anything. It was as though these qi presences were just fleeting clouds that couldn't shake his spirit will at all. What a bunch of people who don't know the difference between life and death. Since that's the case, I have no more reservations. Since you all want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The mystical dragon's secret technique was activated, and the mysterious phenomenon of the cultivation technique appeared. An aura that felt like heavenly might soared into the sky. What kind of aura was this? Under the suppression of this aura, the 13 auras were like a group of old and weak people, like shivering children, all of them wilting. In the blink of the eye, the entire courtyard felt as though it was in an inferno hell. Everyone felt their bodies heating up. Xiao Libi and the others were fine as Li Fuchen's qi presence didn't intentionally target them. However, Li Wushue's group of 9 felt their mouths go dry and their skin burn terribly. This was especially so for White Fiend and Shen Feihe. Their cultivation levels were the lowest, and blisters had even appeared on their bodies. This was an involuntary reaction from their bodies after their minds and wills were distorted. To a certain extent, this was already an illusion. It was just that it was a more barbaric illusion. There was no technique to speak of, and it purely relied on one's powerful willpower and aura to suppress the other party. What a terrifying aura! Ghost girl Yihua's cultivation might be at the first level of the Earth realm, but she was proficient in illusion arts. Therefore, she wasn't affected too much. But when she saw how the others reacted, her heart couldn't help but shiver. Die! Li Fuchen didn't even need to draw his sword, he just used a palm strike. With a palm strike, a dazzling wave of qi rushed out. Mystic level low-tier palm art, iron smelting hand. Bang, bang. Among the group, the weakest White Fiend and Shen Feihe were charred black and flew out. Run! Li Wuxue and the others were appalled as they frantically escaped from the courtyard. Bang! With another palm strike from Li Fuchen, the spirit child Jiang Shaomao was also killed. Why aren't you leaving? Li Fuchen didn't kill them all, but looked at Yan Qinggu who was at the corner of the courtyard. Yan Qinggu said, "You only killed 3 people. You did the right thing." Li Fuchen didn't say anything. Yan Qinggu continued, "If you had killed all the disciples from the 3 sects, the Azure Water sect wouldn't be able to protect you. Especially Li Wuxue, he is my Heaven Fiend sect's young sect patriarch. If you killed him, the sect patriarch would definitely be enraged. By then, your Azure Water sect would most likely abandon you. Aren't you afraid I will kill you?" Li Fuchen asked. "I might not be a match for you, but if I wish to leave, you won't be able to stop me." Yan Qinggu's figure flashed and multiple Yan Qinggu appeared at the same time, leaving the courtyard in different directions. Li Fuchen laughed but didn't make a move. If he were to make a move, he had a 50% chance of making her stay. But he didn't want to. Just like what Yan Qinggu said, he had a lot of concerns. Killing was great, but he had to bear the consequences of it. If he were to kill all the disciples from the 3 sects, the Azure Water sect would definitely face the wrath of the 3 sections. With the alliance of the three sects, there was a 90% chance that the Azure Water sect would hand him over. This was the way of the world. Whoever's fist was harder, the words of the person would be the truth. If not, no matter how logical it would just be a bunch of nonsense. The current him wasn't prepared to face the three sections. But, there would be a day when he would be above these sections. There would be a day when he would do things according to his own will. Those who deserved to be killed, he would not let them off. If a person was in his way, he would kill a god. Golden amulet, you have given me a different life. I will not let you down. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Within the soul-spirit wrap, the golden amulet wiggled a little, as though it had a consciousness. Killed 3 people, Li Fuchen naturally got the storage pouch of these 3 people, a total of 7 storage pouch. As such, Li Fuchen now had a total of 14 storage bags. Li Shidi, you did the right thing. Luckily you didn't act rashly. Xiao Libi agreed with Li Fuchen's decision. Even though the 100 Herbs hidden domain didn't forbid killing, and if one died, one could only blame themselves for not being strong enough, but it wasn't right to kill all of them. But to be honest, this year's batch was too special, with the appearance of the insane Li Fuchen. During Sword Maniac's batch, there were only 1 or 2 who could go against him. But Sword Maniac's ability was only at the peak and wasn't able to go on a killing spree. But Li Fuchen's ability was too strong and could easily kill everyone. He had already broken the balance of the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Even the Sword Maniac back then would have to bow down to Li Fuchen. Chapter 162. At the end of the 5th day, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 5 earth-shattering fruits and 24 stalks of origin return herbs. If used properly, 5 stalks of earth-shattering fruits could produce 5 Earth Realm martial artists. Even a 2-star bone frame would only have a 20% chance of progressing to the Earth Realm. Of course, if one didn't cultivate a mystic class technique or didn't cultivate the mystic class technique to a high rank, it would be impossible to break through from the 9th level of the origin realm to the 1st level of the Earth Realm. Under such circumstances, consuming the earth-shattering fruits would only be effective when one reached the limits of the origin realm. Father is a 1-star bone frame, mother is a normal bone frame. Within 3 years, I will make sure they become Earth Realm martial artists. Li Fuchen knew the importance of ability. If his father was at the Earth Realm, the Li clan's founder wouldn't dare to dismiss him. In a clan, the patriarch must have absolute ability. Only then can the entire clan be united and be cohesive. If not, the patriarch's words wouldn't hold any weight. There would still be the Elders Guild and the founder suppressing them. On the 6th day, the 5 of them arrived at the deepest part of the stone buildings. There was an incomparably gigantic herb garden here. Just this herb garden alone was comparable to all the herb gardens in front of them combined. Is that a herb? Chen Fanghua pointed to the center of the herb garden and asked with uncertainty. Everyone looked over and saw that the entire herb garden was barren. Only a stalk of herb grew in the middle. This stalk of herb was 2 chi tall, and its leaves were shaped like a human hand. The leaves were stacked on top of each other, supporting the fruits at the top. These fruits looked like grapes, and there were a total of 7 of them. Each of them was sparkling and translucent, emitting a faint 7-colored glow. This was already mystical enough. What was even more mystical was that this stalk of herb seemed to be breathing. As it breathed in and out, a shocking amount of spirit chi was being swallowed. What it exhaled was traces of black smoke, as though it was expelling impurities. This is an earth-class herb. Xiao Libi opened his mouth and only managed to speak after a long time. Among the 4 types of herbs, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow-ranked herbs were ordinary herbs, profound-ranked herbs already contained a trace of mystery, and earth-ranked herbs contained the mysteries of heaven and earth, containing all sorts of miraculous and inconceivable things. As for heaven-ranked herbs, they were legendary herbs that no one had ever seen before. This was because heaven-ranked herbs would never grow in the turbid lands of the secular world. The places where they grew were definitely places that were beyond the reach of the secular world, such as heaven-ranked secret realms or some mystical lands. Every heaven-tier herb was grown by gathering the essence of heaven and earth. It contained the rules of this world and could not be found by chance. It's the earth-class low-tier herb, the 7-color glazed grape. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up and his breathing got hurried. When he was at the Azure Water sect, when he had nothing to do, he would look for some books to read. One of them was an illustration of herbs, and on the last few pages, there was an illustration of the 7-color glazed grape. This herb could allow martial artists below the 3-star bone frame to directly upgrade their bone frame by 1 star. For example, a normal bone frame could be upgraded to a 1-star bone frame, a 1-star bone frame to a 2-star bone frame, or a 2-star bone frame to a 3-star bone frame. To Li Fuchen, as long as he could upgrade a normal bone frame to a 1-star bone frame, it would allow his cultivation speed to increase by quite a bit. His other qualities would also be slightly improved, and this was a permanent effect, which was more valuable than any other herb. 7-color glazed grape, huh? Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian had a flash of disappointment on their faces. The 7-color glazed grape might be an earth-class low-tier herb, but it could only upgrade bone frames that were below 3-star. It was useless to them and was even worse than chicken ribs. This herb isn't even fit to be an earth-class herb. Yuan Tian wasn't pleased, he thought it was some other earth-class herb. No matter what kind of earth-class herb it was, it should be of great use to him. Only this bone frame upgrade herb was useless. He was a 5-star bone frame after all. In order to upgrade his bone frame to a 6-star bone frame, he would need at least an earth-class high-tier or even a peak-tier herb. Xiao Libi replied, "You can't put it that way. Even though the 7-color glazed grape is useless to us, it is still able to change the bone frame of a martial artist below the 3-star bone frame. It has the effect of changing one's fate and is definitely worthy of the title of an earth-class herb. Changing one's bone frame was the same as changing one's fate. Even absolute masters couldn't do it, but a stock of herb was able to do it. To say that it wasn't worthy of the title of an earth-class herb was an exaggeration. Li Shidi has a normal bone frame. This 7-color glazed grape shall belong to Li Shidi. Chen Fanghua said. Naturally. Xiao Libi didn't even bother asking for Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian's opinion. If they were to argue over this, it would mean that their character wasn't good. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen walked towards the 7-color glazed grape. Li Shidi, be careful. It is said that the earth-class herb will automatically attack anyone that approaches it. Xiao Libi reminded. Boom. Just as Xiao Libi finished his words, the 7-color glazed grape extended a hand-shaped leaf and slapped at Li Fuchen. A rainbow-colored radiance burst out and a rainbow palm print appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen countered with the iron-smelting hand. Pang! Li Fuchen took 3 steps back. Such a powerful chi force. Li Fuchen was shocked. This was just a stalk of herb, but the chi force it emitted actually exceeded his own. Clang! Drawing his black gold sword, Li Fuchen continued to advance. This time, Li Fuchen easily neutralized the 7-color glazed grape's palm print. But when Li Fuchen was 30 steps away from the 7-color glazed grape, a total of 10 hand-shaped leaves extended and slapped at Li Fuchen. With a sword in hand, Li Fuchen's combat ability surged. With the meteor sword intent and scarlet fire technique intent intertwined, he neutralized the 10 palm prints. 20 steps, all the hand-shaped leaves slammed a palm at Li Fuchen. There was an overwhelming rainbow palm print that left no place to escape or hide. If it was a regular first-level Earth Realm martial artist, let alone one, even if there were dozens of them, they would still be slapped to death by the overwhelming palm print. Break! Brandishing his black gold sword, countless meteor sword chi burst forth. In an instant, the entire area was filled with the sound of chi force explosions. It was extremely dazzling. 10 steps. Boom! A dazzling rainbow-colored radiance emitted and enveloped a radius of a few dozen meters. Within the radius of a few dozen meters, there was a huge increase in pressure, even the ground sank by 3 inches. Fortunately, Li Fuchen's qi presence was equally terrifying. He forcefully withstood the rainbow-colored radiance and continued to advance. The rainbow-colored radiance seemed to have depleted the 7-color glazed grape stored spirit qi. When Li Fuchen was 5 steps away from it, it stopped moving and was no different from a regular herb. No wonder it is an earth-class herb. Such mystical properties. Li Fuchen uprooted the 7-color glazed grape. Only by uprooting it, could it be preserved for a longer period of time. If he only plucked the fruits, the energy would start to dissipate after a few days. Of course, there were still traces of roots underground. Perhaps after a few hundred years, a new 7-color glazed grape would grow. Li Shidi, it is still early. Why don't you consume one and see the effects? Xiao Libi suggested. All right. Chapter 163. The root bone was an innate quality. The stronger the innate quality, the faster the acquired development. The weaker one's innate qualities were, the harder one worked, the more limited one's achievements would be. Like the soul, the root bone was a person's most basic thing. Everything in the human body was constructed with the root bone as the foundation. After consuming a grape, Li Fuchen felt countless subtle electric currents shuttling through his body. Immediately after, he felt a pain that came from the depths of his source. The pain was indescribable and it felt as though the smallest particles in his body were being split apart. Fortunately, this pain only lasted for a moment. After a while, Li Fuchen regained consciousness and looked down. On the surface of his skin, there was a layer of black substance and a faint stench. Are these the impurities in the deepest part of my body? Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Junior brother Li, you're awake. Xiao Libi and the others looked over. Li Fuchen asked, how much time has passed? Chen Fanghua said, this is already the 7th morning. Is it the morning of the 7th day? Li Fuchen was appalled, he only felt that a moment had passed. Junior brother Li, how do you feel? Chen Fanghua was very curious. Clenching his fist, Li Fuchen said, I feel that my relationship with heaven and earth is getting closer. Xiao Libi nodded, the bone frame is the origin of a human, and it also contains the profundities of heaven and earth. It is normal for one to have a close relationship with heaven and earth. The higher the aptitude, the higher the compatibility with the heavenly Tao, and the higher the compatibility, the faster the cultivation and comprehension of martial arts would be. TSK, Junior Li, you are already so insane when you are just a normal bone frame. Now that you are a 1-star bone frame, I wonder how insane you will be. Chen Fanghua sighed. Hearing this, Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian's faces changed. The two of them also realized this problem. A normal bone frame allowed Li Fuchen to surpass them. A 1-star bone frame, they couldn't imagine. It was fortunate that the 7-color glazed grape could only be consumed once and wouldn't have any effect the second time. If Li Fuchen was to evolve to a 3-star bone frame, they wouldn't be able to survive and would have to live under Li Fuchen's shadow for the rest of their lives. There was a small river in the middle of the stone buildings. Li Fuchen went in to take a bath and change his clothes. Before the 5 of them could walk out of the stone building complex, the mystic realm was about to close. A 5-colored door of light appeared in front of the 5 of them. What a wondrous trip to the secret zone. It feels like a dream. Staring at the 5-colored door of light, Xiao Bieli still felt like everything was surreal. Li Fuchen said, this is our fated encounter. It might be a dream, but it truly exists. Yes, this is fate. Xiao Libi nodded. Get out. Chen Fanghua was the first to enter the colorful door. Immediately after, Li Fuchen and the others followed in. Looking at the time, they should be coming out soon. Ha, you just wait to hand over the gold coins with both hands. Heaven Fiend Sect Great Elder Wei Yiping laughed heartily. He was very confident in Heaven Fiend's sect's Heaven's Pride. In terms of numbers, their Heaven Fiend's sect had 13 people. In terms of strength, Li Wuxue, the black-white double ghosts, and the clawed ghost Zheng Xian were all top-notch. Even Yan Qinggu was extremely strong. If not for her young age, she would definitely be able to defeat everyone from the 3 sections. Therefore, no matter what, it was impossible for the Heaven Fiend's sect to lose. That might not be the case. Our Spirit Hidden sect's survival ability isn't something to be trifled with. The Spirit Hidden sect's old hag sneered and was similarly confident. Presumptuous. I'm afraid your Heaven Fiend sect's disciples have already been slaughtered by my Violent Saber sect's Mad Saber Duan Hai. Violent Saber sect Grand Elder Hao Yanhu crossed his arms and had a confident look. Among the 4 of them, only Zhao Wujin had some worries. From the information, this year's Hidden Domain opening, the Azure Water sect's disciples were undoubtedly the weakest among the 4 sections. He no longer had any hopes of winning this gamble. He only hoped for a few more Azure Water sect disciples to survive. In fact, he was pessimistically thinking that it would be good if 2 or 3 of them could survive. After all, in previous years, half of the Azure Water sect's disciples would die. This year's Hidden Domain disciples were too strong. Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang, Yuan Tian. The 3 of you better survive. Zhao Wujin didn't care about the others. There were plenty of 4-star bone frames in the Azure Water sect. It didn't matter if a few died, but these 3 must not die. He had high hopes for Li Fuchen. Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian were both 5-star bone frames. Any one of them dying would be a huge loss. Time passed by quickly. Accompanied by a thick fog, the rainbow light gate that vanished 7 days ago reappeared. Seeing the scene, everyone held their breaths and looked over. There was anticipation, apprehension, and all sorts of emotions. The first to appear were the Violent Saber sect's disciples. 1, 2, 3. Violent Saber sect, only 3 came out. Followed by Heaven Fiend's sect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Heaven Fiend's sect, 5. Next was the Spirit Hidden sect. The Spirit Hidden sect was indeed a sect that excelled in sneak attacks and concealment. 5 came out. Finally came the Azure Water sect. 1, 2, 3, 4, when the number of people reached 4, Zhao Wujin grinned. Not bad, there were actually so many people who survived. 5. 6. The Azure Water sect had a total of 6 survivors. The last one was obviously Chao Guang. He, who was still at the peak stage of the Origin Realm, had been hiding in a small mountain range for the past 7 days, silently harvesting herbs. This allowed him to escape with his life, while those who broke through to the Earth Realm died one by one. It could only be said that it was all fate. Ha, seems like my Azure Water sect won. This old one thanks everyone. Zhao Wujin laughed heartily. Out of 10, 6 survived. This was definitely a miracle, a heavenly miracle. Among the 4 sects, his Azure Water sect's disciples were the weakest. Impossible. This is definitely impossible. Speak quickly. What happened? Wei Yiping was enraged as he questioned Black Fiend. His Heaven Fiend's sect had 13 members, but only 5 were left. A total of 8 died, the most out of the 4 sections. This was undoubtedly a mockery. Similarly enraged was Hao Yanhu. His Violent Saber sect actually had the least number of survivors. This was unbearable. The Spirit Hidden sect's old hag started to question the Spirit Hidden sect's disciples. She needed to know what happened in the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain. Why did the weakest Azure Water sect have the most survivors? Black Fiend glared at Li Fuchen with hatred and spoke to Wei Yiping, Grand Elder. More than half of our Heaven Fiend sect's disciples died in the hands of Li Fuchen. This man is insane, even White Fiend was killed by him. Black Fiend and White Fiend were like brothers. White Fiend's death caused him to develop an endless hatred towards Li Fuchen. He swore that he would personally kill Li Fuchen and take revenge for White Fiend. On the other side, Blood Saber Ling Huang spoke to Hao Lianhu. More than half of our violent saber sex disciples died in the hands of Li Fuchen, Shin Feihe too. More than 3 spirit hidden sect disciples died in his hands, including Jiang Shidi. Duan Muyo reported to the spirit hidden sect's Grand Elder. Witnessing everything, Zhao Wujin was dumbfounded. The reason why the 3 sects suffered such heavy casualties was because of Li Fuchen. A single person massacring 3 sects' disciples. Chapter 164. Fuchen, is what they said true? Zhao Wujin asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. There was nothing to hide as everyone knew about it. Seeing Li Fuchen nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Wujin laughed. Ever since this old man became an elder of the Azure Water sect, I have never seen such a formidable disciple like you. Among those of the same generation, you are the uncrowned king. Perhaps you can only be found in the stronger sections. He decided that if Li Fuchen was unable to break through to the heaven realm due to the limitations of his bone frame, he would do his best to assist Li Fuchen in breaking through. Once Li Fuchen became a high-leveled heaven realm martial artist, he would definitely be a formidable opponent below the reincarnation realm. Grand Elder, will there be any trouble after I killed so many disciples from the 3 sects? Li Fuchen asked. Zhao Wujin replied, this year's situation is a little special. Since the establishment of our Azure Water sect, there has never been such a situation. But don't worry, as long as you didn't kill all the disciples from the 3 sects, the situation won't be too bad. At most, there will be some friction, but not a war between the 4 sections. If Li Fuchen had killed all the disciples from the 3 sects, or the Heaven Fiend sect's young sect master, Li Wuxue, the situation would definitely be out of control. But fortunately, it didn't happen. Li Fuchen, what a vicious kid. You actually killed so many of my Heaven Fiend sect's disciples. This old man will not forgive you. An extremely terrifying chi presence rushed into the sky. In the void, it was as though a black skeleton had appeared and was suppressing at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Li Fuchen, you killed my violent saber sect's disciples. Now pay with your life. Violent saber sect's Grand Elder, Hao Lianhu was enraged too. Within the overbearing chi presence, a fierce tiger roared towards the sky. Jiang Xiaomao is a rare prodigy of our spirit hidden sect. Sever your arms and I will let bygones be bygones. The spirit hidden sect's old hag's chi presence was like the night sky, covering the sun. You guys, don't go overboard. Zhao Wujin was enraged. A vast chi presence was released to go against the chi presences of the 3 Grand Elders. Zhao Wujin, your Azure Water sect cannot protect him. It is not too late to give up on him. Wei Yiping's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhao Wujin sneered, you guys sure are shameless. The 100 Herbs hidden domain doesn't forbid killing. If you die, it means you are useless. If everyone is like you, then shouldn't I settle the score with you guys for all the deaths of my Azure Water sect's disciples? Hao Lianhu said, the past is in the past. I, Hao Lianhu, only look at the present. Today, your Azure Water sect has to make him stay, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Wujin, you can't protect him. The spirit hidden sect's old hag's voice was fleeting. These people are really shameless. Chen Fanghua said angrily. In the 100 Herbs secret realm, if you didn't kill, others would. From the beginning to the end, it was always the 3 sects' disciples who were aggressive. Li Fuchen said indifferently, the strong shall reign supreme. This is an unbreakable truth. They are just finding an excuse to eliminate me. The aura released by the Heavenly Dipper Realm Apex martial artist is too powerful. Even if more than 90% of the aura is blocked by Zhao Wuwei, the remaining 10% of the aura also makes Li Fuchen bear a lot of pressure. Looking at the Grand Elders of the 3 sects, Li Fuchen's eyes were deep. Zhao Wujin, do you think you can stop the 3 of us by yourself? Get lost. Wei Yiping's black skeleton's chi presence suddenly rushed at Zhao Wujin's ocean chi presence. At the same time, Hao Yanhu's fierce tiger chi presence and the spirit-hidden sex old hag's night curtain chi presence also suppressed the ocean chi presence. Zhao Wujin let out a long roar, like a whale taking in water. The ocean chi presence expanded violently, forcefully blocking the black skeleton chi presence, fierce tiger chi presence, and night curtain chi presence. Your true azure water technique has broken through to the 19th rank. Hao Yanhu was shocked. A mystic class, peak-tier technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. A majority of prodigies would be able to break through to the highest rank of a mystic class, mid-tier technique when they were at the earth realm. But after changing to a mystic class, peak-tier technique, even if they were at the heaven realm, most of them would be stuck at the 16th or 17th rank. As for the 18th rank, only a few from the various sects could reach it. Not to mention the 19th rank. So what if your true azure water technique has broken through to the 19th rank? A difference of 1 rank, do you think you can turn the tables? Wei Yiping laughed sinisterly. If it was a 1 versus 1, he might be fearful of Zhao Wujin. But if it was a 3 versus 1, even if Zhao Wujin had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would still be useless. Zhao Wujin, don't be impulsive. This kid is just a normal bone frame. If you give him up, it won't be a loss to your azure water sect. The spirit-hidden sect's old hag's voice was like a poison, slowly corroding Zhao Wujin's spirit will. Zhao Wujin spoke sternly, if I can't even protect a disciple, what face do I have to live in this world? Grand Spirit abides, activate. As Zhao Wujin's voice ended, the ocean chi presence expanded again, almost doubling in size. A majestic chi presence swept in all directions, creating waves on the 100 Herbs Lake. It is the 4-star secret technique, Grand Spirit abides. Xiao Libi exclaimed. If a 3-star secret technique was a first-rate secret technique, then a 4-star secret technique would be an absolute secret technique in the Azure Water sect. It was extremely precious and correspondingly, once it was cultivated, it would allow the user to surpass levels and defeat enemies. Do you think you are the only one with a 4-star secret technique? 100 Ghost Night Walk, activate. Desolate Battle Chi, activate. Netherworld Mystic Shadow, activate. Within Wei Yiping's black skeleton chi presence, there were many more ghostly shadows. These ghostly shadows were constantly roaring and had a towering presence. The ghostly chi was dense, and if it wasn't for Zhao Wujin blocking, Li Fuchen's group would have been obliterated by the opponent's chi presence. After activating the 4-star secret technique, Hao Yanhu's body obviously expanded by 1-fold, reaching a height of over 2 meters. An extremely aggressive chi presence blended into the fierce tiger chi presence, causing the fierce tiger chi presence to transform into a giant beast chi presence. The giant beast roared towards the sky, as though it wanted to devour the sun and moon, bringing about endless fear. On the body of the spirit-hidden sex old hag, an illusory figure appeared. This figure grinned, causing the night chi presence to expand once again. The spirit-hidden sex old hag immediately hid within the darkness, and her figure could no longer be seen. The 4 chi presences clashed once again. In an instant, the sky changed color, violent winds blew, and thunder could be heard from the sky. Immediately after, bolts of lightning struck. When the 4 chi presences clashed, it actually caused a change in the sky. How terrifying was this? Under the envelopment of the 4 chi presences, the other inner sect elders could only protect their disciples. At this moment, they couldn't simply interfere. Not good, Grand Elder's chi presence can't hold on any longer. Xiao Libi's expression changed. In his vision, Zhao Wujin was constantly retreating. His majestic and imposing chi presence had weakened significantly. Wei Yiping, the 3 of you are too much. Since that is the case, I shall let you witness my Azure Water sect's sect-defining secret technique, Sect Origin Swords. Thousands of swords resonated. Around Zhao Wujin's body and in the sky, thousands of sword chi appeared out of nowhere. Once the sword chi appeared, it felt as though the entire heaven and earth was on the verge of shattering. The trio who were intentionally targeted by Zhao Wujin felt their chi presence being pierced through and felt a stinging pain on their bodies. Sect-defining secret technique, sect origin swords. Chapter 165. The reputation of the sect origin swords was too great. When mentioning the Azure Water sect, many experts first thought would be the sect origin swords. The reason why the Azure Water sect was able to stand firmly in the Azure Water region for so many years was because of the sect origin swords. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, everyone agreed that the 10,000 swords returning to origin was the most powerful 5-star secret art. Back when the Azure Water sect's first sect patriarch established the sect, he relied on the sect origin swords to slaughter countless experts. Many of the people who had the same basic strength as him were instantly killed in a single move without any resistance. Every sect had their own trump card. Without a doubt, the sect origin swords was one of the Azure Water sect's trump cards. So this is the sect origin swords. Thousands of sword chi appeared at once, and every single sword chi seemed to be extremely powerful. It is completely different from an area of effect sword move. Li Fuchen had good eyesight. He could see that every single sword chi in the air had immense power. The dense sword chi felt like it was going to cut through the sky and pierce through the void. Don't even talk about facing the sect origin swords, just taking a look at it would cause one's scalp to go numb. But area of effect sword moves sacrificed lethality to increase the number of attacks. Take Li Fuchen's meteor rain for example. Every single sword chi's power was only 30% to 40% of the meteor fall sword move. No matter what Li Fuchen's future cultivation level was, 30% to 40% would be his limit and couldn't be improved any further. What's more, the meteor rain might seem to have countless sword chi, but it was only around 100. It was far from comparable to the sect origin swords. Not only did Li Fuchen's emotions fluctuate, even Xiao Libi and the others were shaken. Lu Wuhuang clenched his fist tightly and swore to himself that one day, he would learn the sect origin swords. With this secret technique, he would be able to dominate the world. Wei Yiping tried his best to suppress his shock and spoke in a gloomy tone, "I didn't expect you to learn the sect origin swords. It seems like you are highly regarded in the Azure Water sect." As a 5-star secret technique, even the inner sect Grand Elder couldn't learn it as he wished. It required the approval of the sect patriarch and the support of several supreme elders. This was mainly to prevent the secret technique from being leaked. After all, a 5-star secret technique was too important. The other sects all racked their brains to obtain the other party's 5-star secret technique to increase their own trump cards. Raising his right hand high, thousands of sword chi gathered, Zhao Wujin said, "Didn't you want to fight? Then let's fight. It just so happens that my 10,000 swords return to origin secret technique has not killed the Heavenly Dipper realm peak martial artist, perhaps it is just an undeserved reputation." As he spoke, Zhao Wujin's right hand slowly moved forward, followed by thousands of sword chi. "Hee, Elder Zhao, there's no need to be angry. We're just joking." The spirit-hidden sect's old woman laughed dryly. She was really afraid that Zhao Wujin would be irrational and use thousands of sword chi to kill her. To be honest, she did not have the confidence to block the 10,000 returning swords. The strongest 5-star secret technique within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers, the 10,000 swords returning to origin secret technique that had slaughtered countless experts, did not make a move, but when it did, it would kill. Its illustrious reputation was built entirely on killing. Hao Lianhu coldly snorted, forcefully suppressing his anger. Facing Zhao Wujin, who cultivated the 10,000 swords returned to origin, he couldn't stand out. Zhao Wujin looked at Wei Yiping. Wei Yiping said, "To cultivate the 10,000 swords returned to origin, one must first nurture the natal sword energy in the dantian. The stronger the natal sword energy, the more sword chi can be released. I'm guessing that your natal sword energy can at most store a few thousand sword chi." The most terrifying thing about the 10,000 swords returned to origin was that the sword chi was endless. This wave of sword chi would be a few thousand, the next wave would be a few thousand, and the next wave could be 10,000. Therefore, even if one cultivated the same 5-star secret technique, he would not be able to withstand the attack of the 10,000 swords returned to origin. But the prerequisite was that the natal sword energy was strong enough. Wei Yiping did not believe that Zhao Wujin's natal sword energy could be that strong. Try it and you will know. Zhao Wujin was expressionless. Forget it, there will be a chance in the future. Now is not the time. Wei Yiping was not stupid. Even if it was a few thousand sword chi, it would be enough to kill him. Zhao Wujin coldly snorted, "You've made the right choice. Elder Liang, summon your 2 treasures." "Yes." Elder Liang nodded. As he finished, he blew a whistle. Ga. Roar. 10 minutes later, the gold bird and winged tiger flew over. But at this moment, the gold bird and winged tiger were in a sorry state. Their bodies were full of claw marks and bite marks. What happened? Who did this? Elder Liang roared. The gold bird and winged tiger were his lifeblood. Touching his lifeblood was equivalent to touching his life. Gua. It sounded like a baby crying, but it was 1,000 times louder. In the next moment, the Heaven Fiend Sect's 4-winged Heaven Fiend Beast chased from behind. Wei Yiping, your Heaven Fiend Sect's 4-winged Heaven Fiend Beast actually dared to hurt my gold bird and winged tiger. How could Elder Liang not understand that his 2 treasures were hurt by the 4-winged Heaven Fiend Beast? Wei Yiping laughed sinisterly, "Useless spiritual beasts, isn't it better for them to die?" As if responding to Wei Yiping's words, the 4-winged Heaven Fiend Beast's speed increased and caught up to the gold bird and winged tiger. Evil beast! Zhao Wujin roared. In the void, a sword chi shot out. Pooh! As the sword chi penetrated its body, the 4-winged Heaven Fiend Beast let out a miserable shriek and fell from the sky. Such power! A single sword chi severely injured the 4-winged Heaven Fiend Beast. Everyone was shocked. Zhao Wujin, you dare! Wei Yiping was enraged as he sent a fist force at Zhao Wujin. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Dozens of sword chi shot out, riddling Wei Yiping's fist force with holes and automatically dissipating. Wei Yiping, if you dare to make another move, don't think of going back today. You. Wei Yiping was infuriated, but he didn't dare to make another move. He was confident he could withstand a few hundred sword chi. But a few thousand sword chi, he didn't have any confidence. Anyone below the reincarnation realm probably wouldn't have the confidence. Hao Lianhu and the spirit-hidden sect's old hag gulped. This was their first time witnessing the sect origin swords. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. They couldn't imagine what would happen if thousands of sword chi attacked. Simply invincible. In the past, Li Fuchen didn't know how powerful a 5-star secret technique was. But now he knew. The golden bird and winged tiger suffered some injuries. Fortunately, their injuries weren't too severe. After feeding the 2 beasts some pills, Elder Liang waved his hand, "Everyone, come up." Hearing the command, the Azure Water sect members all flew up. Zhao Wujin was the last. Taking a glance at the 3 sects, Zhao Wujin kept the thousands of sword chi. "Let's go." Endless violent winds blew as the 2 beasts flapped their wings and swiftly left the 100 Herbs Lake. Damn it! The 100 Herbs Lake's water exploded as Wei Yiping's expression turned extremely gloomy. "Let's go too." The Violent Saber sect and Spirit Hidden sect summoned their sect's spirit beasts and left one after another. It was useless to say anything now. As long as there wasn't a sect war, they couldn't do anything to the Azure Water sect and Zhao Wujin. Staying here was just embarrassing themselves. Only the Heaven Fiend sect was left. Azure Water sect, I will eliminate them sooner or later. Chapter 166. In less than a week, Li Fuchen and the group returned to the Azure Water Sect. Inner Sect Grand Hall, Zhao Wujin said, apart from Chao Guang, the rest of you have progressed to the Earth Realm. Logically speaking, without the direct disciple trials, you aren't considered direct disciples. But that is just a formality. This is your direct disciple token. From today onwards, you are all direct disciples. Zhao Wujin swung his hand and shot 5 tokens at Li Fuchen and the others. Receiving the token, Li Fuchen took a look. It was a silver token. There was a blue sea and a sharp sword on it. On the back was his name. Zhao Wujin continued, this is a silver token. Direct disciples are separated into 2 categories. One is silver and the other is gold. Silver class direct disciples can redeem sect items at a 30% discount. Gold class direct disciples can redeem sect items at a 50% discount. To become a gold class direct disciple, you have to pass the first floor of the direct inheritance tower within a year. There are a total of 3 chances. Let me tell you, out of the 500 direct disciples in the Azure Water Sect, only 30 are gold class direct disciples. I hope that there will be a gold class direct disciple among you. Finishing his statement, Zhao Wujin took a glance at Li Fuchen. He didn't know what Li Fuchen's ability was, but it shouldn't be a problem for Li Fuchen to become a gold class direct disciple. Just like Sword Maniac, who easily became a gold class direct disciple. Lu Wuhuang asked, Grand Elder, what if I pass the second floor? There was still a year left and he believed that he could pass the first floor. Zhao Wujin laughed and shook his head, impossible. Why? Lu Wuhuang asked. An inner sect elder at the side said, the first and second floors have a huge difference in difficulty. Many of the silver class direct disciples can't even pass the second floor of the direct inheritance tower when they are at the 6th level of the Earth Realm. From the second floor onwards, for every floor you pass, you will be qualified to redeem one of our Azure Water Sect's direct disciples. Like a 3-star secret technique, a mystic class peak tier martial art, or a mystic class peak tier cultivation technique. If you wish to pass the second floor of the direct inheritance tower, you will need to be at least at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm to have a sliver of hope. So difficult. Xiao Libi and the others had a change of expression. They didn't expect to become gold class direct disciples. Out of the 500 direct disciples, only 30 were gold class direct disciples. From the second floor onwards, I can exchange for a true technique for every floor I pass. Li Fuchen frowned. In this case, if he wanted to cultivate the true Inferno technique, he would need some time. Fortunately, Zhao Wujin's next statement allowed Li Fuchen to let out a breath of relief. But, gold class direct disciples can obtain a direct art in advance. This is the privilege of a gold class direct disciple. Clearing his throat, Zhao Wujin continued, alright, now hand over the items that you need to contribute to the sect along with the sect's storage bag. I'll give you contribution points. Yes. Including Chao Guang, the 6 of them handed over their sect's storage bags. Li Fuchen has a total of 14 storage pouches, 2 of which are Azure Billow sect storage pouches, but 2 storage pouches still cannot hold the resources that Li Fuchen wants to contribute, other herbs and ores. Li Fuchen can only take out and hand them over. Zhao Wujin laughed. He guessed that Li Fuchen should have a lot of storage bags, but as long as it wasn't the sect's storage bag, he could keep the rest. He didn't have the right to ask Li Fuchen to hand it over. After a round of counting, the contribution points were announced. Chao Guang, 760,000 contribution points. Hearing the announcement, Chao Guang's face revealed a delighted expression. 760,000 contribution points, this was a huge sum, enough for him to redeem any sex items. Yuan Tian, 800,000. Qin Fanghua, 960,000. Xiao Libi, 1. 9 million. Lu Wuhuang, 2. 2 million. Xiao Libi and Lu Wuhuang had killed other disciples from other sects, hence there were plenty of resources in their opponents' storage bags. With an additional storage bag, they could harvest yellow class, high tier, or peak tier herbs as much as they wanted. Hence, the amount of resources they received was at least double that of Chao Guang, Yuan Tian, and Chen Fanghua. Lastly was Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen handed over too many resources, it took a while to tally them all. Li Fuchen, 2 million. Gasp. Hearing the announcement, everyone took in a deep cold breath. Even the inner sect elders had a face of envy. 2 million contribution points. What kind of concept was this? Most of the inner sect elders would only get a few 100,000 contribution points in a year. Even though there were other ways to obtain contribution points, but to accumulate 10 million contribution points was still a huge project. But Li Fuchen only took 7 days to obtain 10 million contribution points. It was simply infuriating to compare oneself with others. Zhao Wujin took some time before speaking. Good, very good. With this 10 million contribution points, your improvement speed will be much faster than others. In the sect, the thing that required the most contribution points was actually pills. The heaven and earth energy was too sparse. The higher one's cultivation level, the higher the requirement for pills. If not, just relying on absorbing the heaven and earth energy would take an unknown amount of time to increase one's cultivation level. No matter how high one's cultivation technique was, the requirement for pills would not disappear, it would just be slightly reduced. Other than that, there were other places that required a lot of contribution points too. Like the direct disciple region's Spirit Chi Grand Hall. The heaven and earth energy inside was much denser than the outside world. To cultivate inside, it would require 1,000 contribution points a day, which would be 300,000 plus points a year. Of course, to Li Fuchen, 300,000 plus points wasn't considered much. Chao Guang, you have yet to progress to the earth realm. Go back first. The rest of you, follow me to the direct disciple Grand Hall. Zhao Wujin gestured for the 5 to follow him. In just a short moment, riding on the sect's spirit beast, the 5 of them arrived at the direct disciple region. The direct disciple region was much more majestic than the inner sect region. But the number of people here was at least 10 times less than the inner sect region. The direct disciple Grand Hall was still presided over by Zhao Wujin. In fact, there were 2 types of inner sect elders. One was the regular inner sect elders, and the other was the direct elders. There were always only 10 direct elders. Unless someone died or was removed from their position, it was almost impossible to remove the direct elders. This is your direct disciple attire. As for the sword, it has already been given to you, so there will be no more. This is the key to your courtyard. After you leave, a deacon will bring you there. Finishing his statement, Zhao Wujin seemed to have sensed something and smiled, welcome sect patriarch's arrival. Li Fuchen and the others were appalled and quickly looked back. Outside the direct disciple Grand Hall, a stream of light flew in and landed lightly on the ground. He was dressed in white and was around 40 years of age. He didn't reveal his chi presence, but gave off an irresistible prowess. Facing the white-clothed middle-aged man, no one dared to raise their head to look at him. After taking a glance, they quickly lowered their heads. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they couldn't. Life-grade prowess, could it be? Li Fuchen had a thought in his mind. Chapter 167. Welcome Sect Patriarch. Lowering their heads, Li Fuchen and the rest greeted in unison. The white-clothed man smiled, I already know of your achievements this time. You did well and didn't tarnish the prestige of our Azure Water sect. As the saying goes, rewards must be given for contributions and punishments must be made. Apart from Li Fuchen, the rest of you can meditate beside the sword monument for free for 10 days. Li Fuchen can meditate for free for a month. Sword monument. Lu Wuhuang and the rest revealed a fanatical expression. The sword monument was one of the sacred grounds of the Azure Water sect. It was made from the renowned stone of martial Dao. The stone of martial Dao didn't have anything special, but it could store a person's martial Dao intent. Since the establishment of the Azure Water sect, the monument had existed. There were countless sword scars on it, which were left behind by generations of Azure Water sect experts. Comprehending beside the sword steel could rapidly increase one's sword Dao foundation. There were many direct disciples who cultivated a mystic class low-tier sword art to the trance stage and comprehended the sword intent. Although Lu Wuhuang and Xiao Libi had already comprehended the sword intent, there was no end to the sword. 10 days was enough for them to improve their sword Dao foundation by a large margin, and their sword intent would also improve by a large margin. If they didn't rely on the sword steel, not to mention 10 days, even 100 days would be difficult. Meditating beside the sword monument required 100,000 contribution points for a day. It was imaginable how useful it was. 100,000 contribution points for a day, that would be 3 million for a month. Li Fuchen was elated to save 3 million contribution points. He decided that he wouldn't be in a hurry to use this month's free opportunity. He would wait until he reached a bottleneck in his sword Dao before going to the sword monument. Such a good opportunity, he naturally had to make full use of it. "You guys, hurry up and thank the sect patriarch," Zhao Wujin said. "Thank you, sect patriarch." Li Fuchen and the rest replied in unison. The white-clothed man waved his hand. "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve." Looking at Li Fuchen, the white-clothed man asked, "You are a normal bone frame?" Li Fuchen replied, "Sect patriarch, I consumed a 7-color glazed grape in the 100 herbs hidden domain. I should be a 1-star bone frame now." 7-color glazed grape. The white-clothed middle-aged man's face flashed with surprise. This earth-level herb, the Azure Water sect didn't even have a few stalks. Once one was found, it would immediately be stored in the treasury. Of course, if it was any other earth-level herb, he might be tempted. However, the rainbow-glazed grape was not enough to tempt him. He might have his own clan, and there were plenty of clan members that were below the 3-star bone frame. But to him, whether they were 3-star bone frames or 2-star bone frames, there was no difference. He wouldn't waste his effort to nurture them as it wasn't worth it. In other words, before this, you are a normal bone frame. Interesting. The white-clothed middle-aged man came to the side of Li Fuchen. "Don't be nervous, let me check your body." He didn't believe that Li Fuchen was just a normal bone frame before this. Perhaps it was some special bone frame that the bone frame stone couldn't detect. And he, after all, is a shedding body realm martial artist. If there is anything special, he can more or less detect. Li Fuchen didn't say anything, but he was a little nervous. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the sect patriarch really found the golden amulet, what should he do? Pressing his right hand on Li Fuchen's shoulder, the white-clothed middle-aged man released a gentle qi into Li Fuchen's body. This gentle qi was very mystical. Li Fuchen's qi didn't have any reaction, as though this qi was a part of Li Fuchen and didn't reject it at all. Only the golden amulet in Li Fuchen's soul spirit was revolving vigorously. The white-clothed middle-aged man's brows gradually furrowed. The qi roamed around Li Fuchen's body and didn't find anything. The current Li Fuchen was indeed a 1-star bone frame. This child's perception is abnormally high. Perhaps there is something strange in his head. The white-clothed middle-aged man wasn't afraid that the gentle qi would hurt Li Fuchen. He had this confidence. With a thought, the gentle qi slowly flowed towards Li Fuchen's head. Half a moment later, the white-clothed middle-aged man shook his head with a look of disappointment. But soon enough, this disappointment disappeared. "Seems like your bone frame is indeed very ordinary. It is probably because your soul spirit is innately strong, which resulted in an exceptional perception." In terms of the soul spirit, he couldn't examine it. To mortals, the soul spirit was a forbidden zone and was the domain of gods. Although your bone frame is very ordinary, but you don't have to worry about it. As long as you perform well, the sect will not mistreat you and will definitely do our best to nurture you. And I also want to see how far you can go. This time, he came mainly for Li Fuchen, but it was a pity that he didn't find anything on Li Fuchen's body. "Alright, Elder Zhao, make the following arrangements. I will take my leave first. The white-clothed middle-aged man lost interest and didn't intend to stay any longer. Sect Patriarch, rest assured. Zhao Wujin sent the white-clothed middle-aged man off. After the sect Patriarch left, the golden amulet in Li Fuchen's soul spirit stopped revolving. His body was covered in cold sweat. Sensing Li Fuchen's nervousness, Zhao Wujin laughed, "Don't be too nervous. The sect Patriarch has a distinguished status. If he can personally come over to examine your body, it means that he values you very much." Back then, Sword Maniac didn't have such treatment. Sword Maniac naturally didn't have such treatment. Sword Maniac was a 4-star bone frame, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was still considered normal. But Li Fuchen was a little abnormal, which inevitably attracted the curiosity of the upper echelons. Sweeping a glance, Zhao Wujin spoke to the 5 of them, "All of you work hard. Becoming a direct disciple is just the beginning. This world is very, very big, much bigger than you can imagine. If you wish to explore the mysteries of this world, you must first increase your cultivation level. Do not be complacent and neglect your cultivation." After giving his instructions, Zhao Wujin asked the deacon to bring the 5 of them to their residences. Just like the first-grade inner sect disciples, direct disciples' courtyards were also on the mountains. But the mountains in the direct disciple region were all towering like the clouds, and the spirit chi was much denser than normal places. Below the waist of the mountain are the residences of the silver-class direct disciples. Above the waist of the mountain are the residences of the gold-class direct disciples. The deacon who led the way for Li Fuchen introduced. Li Fuchen lifted his head to take a look. The mountain peak was so tall that it was impossible to see the peak. Starting from the waist of the mountain, it was surrounded by layers of clouds and couldn't be seen clearly. "Shixiang, we have arrived at your residence." In just a short moment, the deacon brought Li Fuchen to a courtyard below the waist of the mountain. "Many thanks." Li Fuchen nodded, pushed open the door of the courtyard and walked in. The courtyard was very clean and didn't require much cleaning. Looking at the environment of the courtyard, Li Fuchen's thoughts were no longer here. After coming to the Azure Water sect for a few years, he had never returned. It was time for him to return. But before he returned, he first had to pass the first floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower and become a gold-class direct disciple. He also had to learn the true Inferno technique. Cloud Mist City. It has been a long time since I went back. I wonder if there are any changes. Li Fuchen's eyes had a smear of cold light. The next morning, Li Fuchen arrived at the Direct Inheritance Tower. The Direct Inheritance Tower was a majestic tower with a total of 10 floors. Outside the tower, there were a few direct disciples queuing up. This city looks unfamiliar. A few of the direct disciples looked at Li Fuchen. "You are ignorant. This city is the famous Li Fuchen city. He has the title of Sword Demon. During this trip to the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he slaughtered the disciples from the other 3 sections. He is even more ferocious than Sword Maniac Shixiang." Chapter 168. There weren't many people and it was soon Li Fuchen's turn. As for those direct disciples who passed the Direct Inheritance Tower, none of them left. They wanted to see if Li Fuchen could pass the first floor. As a new true disciple, you have 1 year and 3 chances. Junior brother Li, aren't you being too impatient? If you fail, it will be a huge blow to your confidence. To be able to defeat the disciples of the 3 sects, he should have some confidence. I don't think so. It's only the 2nd day. Junior brother Li is too confident. First floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. The moment Li Fuchen entered, the first layer of the array was activated. A Class 3 mid-tier demonic beast, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf was formed. The first floor already has mid-rank 3 demonic beasts, no wonder so many people failed. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. A Class 3 mid-tier demonic beast was equivalent to a mid-level Earth realm martial artist who cultivated a mystic class cultivation technique. It was extremely powerful, and this was why out of 500 direct disciples, only 30 of them could become gold-class direct disciples. To pass the first floor with the cultivation of the first level of the Earth realm was too difficult. Roar. The Silver Moon Demon Wolf might be condensed from the power of the array, but its speed wasn't any slower than a real Silver Moon Demon Wolf. The silver horn on its forehead flickered with electric light as it cleaved at Li Fuchen. Crackle. The ground was filled with electric arcs as Li Fuchen dodged. Such speed. If I wait for it to release its lightning bolt, I won't be able to dodge it in time. The only way is to dodge right before it releases its lightning bolt. Drawing his black gold sword, Li Fuchen executed the Meteor Rain sword. Over 100 sword chi were like dazzling meteors with extreme speed. In just a blink of the eye, they had hit the Silver Moon Demon Wolf. Pu 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 pu. On the Silver Moon Demon Wolf's body, there were shallow sword holes, but there was no blood flowing out. The next moment, a silver light flashed on his body, and the sword hole disappeared. Li Fuchen didn't mind. The demonic beast that was condensed by the power of the array was almost immortal. Unless the vital point was hit, it would dissipate. Otherwise, even 100 or 1,000 swords wouldn't be able to kill it. A silver light emerged as the Silver Moon Demon Wolf rushed at Li Fuchen with extreme speed and clawed at him. Puff! Twisting his body, Li Fuchen thrust his sword at his opponent's neck and brushed past his shoulder. With all 4 limbs on the ground, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf wasn't injured at all. It turned around and pounced at Li Fuchen again. Die! With the activation of the Mystical Dragon's secret technique, the scarlet fire chi within Li Fuchen's body was converted into Mystical Dragon chi in large amounts. The Mystical Dragon chi was like a magma, and when it burst forth, it was several folds more terrifying than when he was at the Origin Realm. Meteor Fall. This sword was incomparably fast as a beam of light. Puff! The Silver Moon Demon Wolf's momentum suddenly stopped. Li Fuchen's sword instantly penetrated the enemy's skull. After a few breaths, the Silver Moon Demon Wolf dispersed. At the same time, the lanterns outside the first level of the Tower of Inheritance lit up. He passed the first level. So fast. The true disciples waiting outside were overwhelmed with shock. They were still debating if Li Fuchen could pass the first floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen didn't just pass the first floor, he did it with such an extreme speed. Junior brother Li's strength is simply earth-shattering. In the future, the legacy area will be lively. That's right. There are too many monsters in the successor area. Although we are also successor disciples, we only broke through in our 30s. There's no way we can compare. After passing the first floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower, Li Fuchen didn't come out. He wanted to experience the difficulty of the second floor of the Direct Inheritance Tower. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the second floor's array formed a demonic beast that was a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast. How formidable was a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast? There was once when the 100 Herbs hidden domain opened and a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast appeared. It caused the 4 major sects' disciples to suffer great losses, and no one was able to contest against it. This was a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast, Red Patterned Bear. Its body was covered in red patterns, and Li Fuchen's sword moves weren't able to injure it at all. It couldn't even break its skin. But a single roar from the bear was enough to cause Li Fuchen's chi and blood to boil and his chi to fluctuate. Rumble. The red-patterned bear swung its paw. The surging chi wave sent Li Fuchen flying and crashing into the walls of the Direct Inheritance Tower. No wonder it is called the Direct Inheritance Tower. Wiping off the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Fuchen turned and walked out of the second floor. He wasn't a match for a Class 3 high-tier demonic beast yet. As Li Fuchen left, the array stopped revolving and the red-patterned bear vanished. Li Shidi is out. A few of the direct disciples quickly gathered around. Congratulations Li Shidi for passing the first floor of the direct inheritance tower and becoming a gold class direct disciple. Any gold class direct disciple was worth befriending. Li Fuchen was a newcomer and naturally didn't want to embarrass these people. He responded to them one by one. Leaving the direct inheritance tower, Li Fuchen once again arrived at the direct disciple grand hall. You passed the first floor of the direct inheritance tower. Zhao Wujin happened to be around too. When he saw Li Fuchen, he immediately guessed a possibility. Li Fuchen nodded. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. You little brat, you really surprise people. I thought you would wait for a month or two before going. Zhao Wujin laughed and wasn't too surprised. With Li Fuchen's ability, if he went earlier or later, the result wouldn't be too different. After all, his ability was still there. This is your gold class direct disciple token. Give me your original token. Zhao Wujin had already prepared Li Fuchen's gold class direct disciple token and handed it over to Li Fuchen. Crackle. Li Fuchen's silver class direct disciple token was immediately crushed by Zhao Wujin. Grand Elder, since I am now a gold class direct disciple, can I go to the martial hall to redeem the true Inferno technique now? Li Fuchen asked. Of course you can. Go then. Zhao Wujin replied. Thank you Grand Elder. Li Fuchen walked out of the direct disciple grand hall and headed towards the direct disciple region's martial hall. The true Inferno technique was worth 1.8 million contribution points and half price was 900,000. But Li Fuchen only obtained the first 18 ranks and was temporarily unable to redeem the remaining 3 ranks. It is enough. Li Fuchen didn't mind. At this current stage, he didn't expect to cultivate the true Inferno technique to a high rank. After becoming a gold class direct disciple, Li Fuchen moved to the courtyard at the waist of the mountain. There were a total of 5 mountain peaks where direct disciples resided. Each peak had 100 members and 6 gold class direct disciples. Li Fuchen's mountain peak, including Li Fuchen, had a total of 7 members. With 7 of them sharing the peak above the waist of the mountain, it was imaginable how much space they had to move around. There was basically no one else in sight. What a great place. The courtyard was huge and had 3 floors. The 3rd floor was like a tea house and had tables that could be used to receive guests. Entering the secret room, Li Fuchen immediately cultivated the true Inferno technique. 3 days later, Li Fuchen's 15th rank Scarlet Mystic Flame technique had turned into the 13th rank True Inferno technique. Chapter 169. Other than redeeming the True Inferno technique, Li Fuchen also redeemed a mystic class, low-tier sword art, Radiance sword style. This sword art was very dominant. If the meteor sword style was a reserved dominance, then the radiance sword style was a flamboyant dominance. One was like a meteor, the other like the sun. In the spacious courtyard, Li Fuchen was practicing the radiance sword style. Like rays of sunlight, the radiance sword style wasn't any slower than the meteor sword style. In fact, it was even faster. Rising sun. A dazzling radiance blossomed as Li Fuchen blasted on the black iron ore that was as tall as a human. A loud sound echoed. The black iron ore was blasted into a hole that was the size of a basin. But if it was the meteor sword style, it would directly penetrate the black iron ore. The hole was only the size of a fist. One focuses on the area of destruction, the other on penetrating power. Li Fuchen analyzed the differences between the 2 sword arts. Sword arts didn't necessarily have a higher attack power as the speed was faster. The radiant sword style was faster than the meteor sword style, but in terms of pure destructive power, it wasn't as good as the meteor sword style. It was just that the area of destruction was larger. Sometimes, to increase speed, one had to sacrifice power. Among the mystic class, low-tier sword arts, the meteor sword style had a near-perfect balance in speed and power. Of course, every sword art had its own specialty. The Radiant sword style was fast and had a large area of destruction, making it hard to defend against. Not all martial artists had high defenses. Against those with average defenses, the Radiant sword style's efficiency would definitely surpass the Meteor sword style. The Radiant sword style is at sub-completion. It is time to return. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to cultivate the Radiant sword style to completion. During this period of time, he could slowly cultivate. But before returning, Li Fuchen planned to redeem some resources. The trip to the 100 Herbs hidden domain allowed Li Fuchen to obtain plenty of herbs. Li Fuchen kept some herbs like the Origin Return herb, Earth-shattering fruit, and the 7-color glazed grape. There were also some herbs with special effects that Li Fuchen kept too. But other than herbs, Li Fuchen felt that he should redeem some pills back. In Yunwu City, yellow class, high-tier pills were considered very precious pills. It was imaginable how scarce the resources were. In a single breath, Li Fuchen redeemed pills worth 500,000 contribution points, which included yellow class, high-tier, and peak-tier pills. After redeeming pills, Li Fuchen went to the Direct Disciple Grand Hall and applied to return home. Different levels of disciples had different degrees of freedom. Outer sect disciples were not allowed to apply to return home. Inner sect disciples had a lot more freedom. They could return home during missions, so there was no need to apply. As for true disciples, they didn't have to carry out many missions, so they could apply to return home for 3 months every year. At the foot of the mountain, Li Fuchen rode on the Class 2 demonic blood horse and galloped towards Yunwu City. Cloud Fog City. Li family. The current head of the Li clan was Li Yunhai and Li Yunha's father, Li Taizhan. After becoming the Li clan patriarch, Li Taizhan was in high spirits. On normal days, he had access to a lot of resources. With these resources, he had already progressed from the 7th level of the Origin Realm to the 8th level of the Origin Realm. In just a few more years, he would be able to advance to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. If he could advance to the 9th level of the Origin Realm before the age of 50, he would have the hope of advancing to the Earth Realm. In Yunwu City, any Earth Realm martial artist was the ultimate strength. Even the City Lord was only at the 5th level of the Earth Realm. Patriarch, please seek justice for Little Dai and Little Dai's father. Outside the main hall, the beautiful but pale Li Xiaodai stubbornly knelt there, with tears flowing down her face. Seeing Li Xiaodai again, Li Taizhan was a little angry. It had been a month and she would kneel here at this time every day, asking him to seek justice for her. Li Xiaodai, this matter is your father's own fault. What status does Shen Tulang have? What status do you have with your father? It is your fortune that he likes you. Your father disregarded his own status and risked his life against Shen Tulang. He was beaten to death by Shen Tulang. Who else can you blame? Go back now and stop causing trouble here. If not, don't blame me for punishing you according to the clan's rules. He had already accepted 5 yellow class, high-tier pills from the Shen Tu clan. Hence, he couldn't seek justice for Li Xiaodai. He didn't even want to seek justice for Li Xiaodai. 2 hours later, Li Xiaodai had a sorrowful expression as she silently left. This wretched lass, I have to find an opportunity to marry her off. Leaving her in the Li clan is a disaster. Li Taizhan thought to himself. In a remote corner of the Li clan, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan couldn't help but sigh when they saw Li Xiaodai returning in a daze. They sympathized with Li Xiaodai, but they couldn't make the decision. Li Taizhan, this bastard. He can't even protect his own clansmen. What kind of patriarch is he? Li Tianhan was enraged. Shen Yuyan replied, Tianhan, don't worry. Fuchen has already progressed to the 7th level of the Origin Realm. In a few more years, he will be back. By then, the Li clan will be back on track. Their news was from a few months ago. The latest news hadn't been sent back yet. Li Tianhan spoke with concern, I am just worried that when Fuchen returns, the Li clan will be in a terrible state. That shouldn't be the case. You have to be confident. I will go get some food for Li Xiaodai. Shen Yuyan spoke as she carried the food to Li Xiaodia's courtyard. The Zhanglan sect wasn't too far from Yunwu City, but neither was it close. Half a month later, Li Fuchen finally returned to Yunwu City. Looking at the familiar place and the familiar scenery, Li Fuchen's heart was filled with emotions. When he left, he was only 15 years old. When he returned, he was already 19 years old. Nearly 5 years had passed in an instant, making him feel rather unreal. Urging the demonic blood horse, Li Fuchen galloped towards the Li clan. Class 2 Demonic Blood Horse, TSK. Along the way, several patrolling soldiers noticed Li Fuchen, especially the Class 2 Demonic Blood Horse that Li Fuchen was riding. "Captain, why does he look so familiar?" one of the patrolling soldiers said to the patrol squad leader. "We have been patrolling the outskirts of the city every day. There are many familiar faces. Maybe he is a young master from a clan that has just returned." The patrol squad leader replied. "Captain, I remember now. He is Li Fuchen, the former young clan head of the Li clan." "You aren't joking, right?" "I received news that Li Fuchen is doing well in the Zhanglan sect and is already at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Hehe, the Li clan is going to be lively. The current Li clan head isn't Li Fuchen's father, Li Tianhan, but Li Taizhan. But this Li Taizhan knows how to conduct himself and is doing rather well with our master Shen Tu Lang. It won't be that lively. He is just a 7th level Origin Realm martial artist and has a normal bone frame. Who knows if he can progress to the Earth Realm in this lifetime. In the Li clan, there are still a few Earth Realm martial artists. He can't do much." "Who are you?" "This is the Li clan. Get off your horse." At the main entrance of the Li clan, 2 stone lions stood on the left and right. They were extremely imposing. Outside the main entrance stood 2 rows of Li clan martial artists. The leader shouted. Chapter 170. Hearing this, many of the Li clan's martial artists sized up Li Fuchen. A familiar face, a very familiar face. "It's young Master Fuchen." One of the Li clan's martial artists was surprised. Li Fuchen had changed too much. A few years ago, Li Fuchen was only 1.6 meters tall. A few years later, Li Fuchen was 1.8 meters tall. Although it was the same as before, his body didn't look strong, but it didn't give people the feeling of being thin and weak. The face of the past was now incomparably handsome with distinct edges. "Why? After a few years, you don't even recognize me?" Li Fuchen asked. "So it is young Master Fuchen. Welcome back. I shall inform the Patriarch and Master Tianhan." The leader of the Li clan's martial artists rushed into the Li clan. Getting off the horse, Li Fuchen walked into the Li clan under the watchful eyes of the Li clan's martial artists. It was now lunchtime and Li Taizhan was having lunch with his wife, Su Mingshan. "I wonder how Yunhai is doing in the Zhanglan sect?" Su Mingshan asked. Li Taizhan replied, "Don't worry. Yunhai is now an inner sect disciple of the Zhanglan sect. We don't have to worry about him. Li Yunhai had a 2-star bone frame after all. Last year, he was officially promoted from an odd job disciple to an outer sect disciple. This year, he broke through to the 1st level of the Origin Realm. Even though he had a rough time during the inner sect disciple exam, he still passed the exam and became an inner sect disciple. Say, how did Li Fuchen progress so quickly? 3 months ago, he was already at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. With this speed, wouldn't he be able to break through to the Earth Realm before the age of 25? Su Mingshan couldn't help but ask. Li Taizhan snorted, "Look further ahead. He is just a normal bone frame and will definitely be stuck at the 9th level of the Origin Realm for a long time. Who knows when Yunhai will catch up and he still hasn't broken through." He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could progress to the Earth Realm. A 2-star bone frame only had a 20% chance of progressing. A normal bone frame's advancement rate was infinitely close to 0. I hope so. Su Mingshan nodded. Dad, Mom, Jiayu and I are back. Li Yunhe walked into the dining hall. Beside him was an average-looking girl who was about 20 years old. Li Taizhan and Su Mingshan quickly put down their chopsticks. Yunhe, Jiayu, how is it? How's the scenery around Cloud Fog City? It should be pretty good, right? But you're really something, going out so early in the morning and only coming back now. Jiayu must be tired. The two of them were very polite to Xiang Jiayu, even with a little bit of respect. Xiang Jiayu nodded proudly. Su Mingshan smiled at Xiang Jiayu and said, Jiayu, what do you want to eat? I'll get someone to prepare it immediately. Although the food on the table hadn't been touched, Su Mingshan didn't plan to let him eat the leftovers. Xiang Jiayu said, I'm at the Xiang clan. A meal only costs a few gold coins. Anything is fine. She had just arrived at the Li clan a few days ago and received the Li clan's hospitality. Mom, just cook whatever is good. You should know that Jiayu isn't used to normal food. Li Yunhe said. In fact, he didn't really like Xiang Jiayu. After all, Xiang Jiayu's looks were too average. But the Xiang clan was the Silver-Rich City's city lord's clan and had a huge background. Xiang Jiayu's cousin brother was a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. His status was even higher than a regular city lord. If he could marry Xiang Jiayu, his future days would definitely be much better. With the support of a huge amount of resources, he might even be able to advance to the Earth realm. Alright, I'll get someone to prepare it. Li Taizhan didn't have the dignity of a patriarch anymore. Whether the Li clan could form a connection with the Xiang clan would depend on the development of their relationship. Patriarch. Just as Li Taizhan was about to instruct the servants to prepare the food, a Li clan's martial artist rushed in from outside the dining hall. Li Tieshan's expression darkened. There is a guest here. Why are you panicking? What a scandal. This Li clan's martial artist was the guard at the door. He said, Patriarch, young Master Li Fuchen is back. He is now waiting in the main hall. Li Fuchen. Li Tieshan's eyes shrunk and shot out a terrifying ray of light. Li Fuchen. Li Yunhe was startled too. He and Li Fuchen hadn't seen each other for over 4 years. For the past 4 years, he would receive news about Li Fuchen every few months. Knowing that Li Fuchen had a meteoric rise in the Zhanglan sect, Li Yunhe was extremely jealous. This was also the reason why he pursued the Xiang clan's young lady, Xiang Jiayu. Who is this Li Fuchen? Xiang Jiayu's intuition told her that this Li Fuchen wasn't a simple character. Li Yunhe replied, he is a clansman of my Li clan. He is now an inner sect disciple of the Zhanglan sect. Just an inner sect disciple. Is there a need to pay so much attention? Xiang Jiayu said with disdain. She wouldn't even put regular inner sect disciples in her eyes. Her Xiang clan's background was much deeper than the Shintu clan's. Her eldest uncle was the Silver-Rich City's city lord, her grandfather was the Zhanglan sect's outer sect elder, her youngest uncle was the Zhanglan sect's inner sect deacon. As for inner sect disciples, her Xiang clan had over 20 of them. In short, the Xiang clan's background wasn't something a small city lord's clan like Yunwu City could compare with. Silver-Rich City was a mid-sized city with a population of 600,000. Hearing this, Li Yunhe felt much more confident. Indeed, there isn't a need to pay so much attention. Li clan's remote courtyard. Master Tianhan. At the same time, a Li clan's martial artist arrived at the courtyard. What's wrong? Li Tianhan and Shin Yuyan walked out. The two of them felt a little strange as the Li clan's martial artist rarely came to inform them. Master Tianhan, young Master Fuchen is back. He is now in the conference hall. What did you say? Li Tianhan grabbed onto the man's arm and shook it with all his might. Young Master Fuchen is back. Just now. Helpless, the Li clan's martial artist could only repeat himself. Ha, Fuchen is back. Yu Yan, let's go and see Fuchen. Li Tianhan was trembling with excitement. It had been over 4 years. They hadn't seen each other for over 4 years. Who knew how much he and his wife missed him? Shen Yuyan wiped her tears. Rascal. He is finally willing to come back and see mother. In an instant, the Li clan was in a state of chaos. Even the Li clan's elders were rushing to the conference hall. As for the Li clan's founder who was in seclusion, someone had already gone to inform him. In the conference hall, Li Fuchen was slowly drinking tea. Beside him were 2 curious female attendants. Fuchen. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan were the first to rush to the conference hall. When they saw the familiar yet unfamiliar youth, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan had complicated emotions, while Shen Yuyan was crying tears of joy. Father, mother. Li Fuchen stood up with a smile and walked towards the 2 of them. Your son is back. Arriving in front of the 2 of them, Li Fuchen hugged them. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan stiffened for a moment before hugging Li Fuchen tightly too. Father, mother, you won't be angry that I didn't pay a visit to your courtyard, right? Li Fuchen asked. Li Tianhan replied, why would I be angry? You don't even know where we are staying. In short, your mother and I are already very happy that you are back to visit us. Fuchen was still the same Fuchen. It was only his appearance that was unfamiliar, but his chi presence was still so familiar. Father, mother, take a seat. Releasing the 2 of them, Li Fuchen gestured with his right hand towards the patriarch's seat in the conference hall. Fuchen. Li Tianhan was bewildered. Chapter 171. Fuchen, this isn't a good idea. If you do this, the Li clan will be in chaos. Aren't you being too hasty? Shen Yuyan hesitated. Li Tianhan replied, no hurry. I am fine now. I eat well and sleep well. I don't have to worry too much. The 2 of them had too many concerns. The biggest concern was that Li Fuchen had yet to progress to the Earth realm. As long as he didn't progress to the Earth realm, they couldn't be at ease. There were too many unknown factors for a normal bone frame and anything could happen. A pity that the 2 of them couldn't see that Li Fuchen had already progressed to the Earth realm. Father, mother, do you think Fuchen is a fool? If I didn't have the confidence, why would I do this? Since I dare to do this, it means that I have absolute confidence and I don't fear anyone. Li Fuchen spoke with confidence. Fuchen, could it be you? Li Tianhan thought of a minute possibility, but from Li Fuchen's expression, this minute possibility seemed to have already happened. Father, they are here. Sit on it if you believe in your son. Li Fuchen sensed something. Forget it, so what if I sit on it? At most, I will be chased off again. Li Tianhan was in a dilemma, but he seemed to be a little excited. He wasn't excited that he could sit on the patriarch's seat again, but excited that Li Fuchen was about to reveal his confidence. Concentrated footsteps could be heard as the Li clan's elders arrived at the conference hall. When they saw Li Tianhan sitting on the patriarch's seat, their mouths were wide open and they were flabbergasted. How dare you, Li Tianhan? Who gave you the guts to sit on it? Are you trying to rebel? Li Tianhan, you still have a chance to come down and apologize. Don't make a mistake. A few of the Li clan's elders who were close to Li Taizhan shouted. Shut up. Li Fuchen glared at them. His disdainful chi presence was like a cold lightning, causing them to shudder. Footsteps could be heard again as Li Taizhan and his group walked in. Seeing Li Tianhan sitting on the patriarch's seat, Li Taizhan laughed in anger. Good for you, Li Tianhan. It seems like you have been thinking about the patriarch's seat. A pity. Do you think that just because you sit on it, it will be yours? Stop dreaming. Get down here right now. Li Taizhan was truly enraged. He, the current patriarch, was still around and yet they dared to disregard him. Don't even mention that Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the origin realm. So what if Li Fuchen was at the 9th level of the origin realm? His Li clan wouldn't allow Li Tianhan's clan to act so presumptuously. Li Taizhan, the position of patriarch is for those with virtue and dignity. You, the dignified patriarch of the Li family, fawning over the Shinto family Shinto Lang, but Li Xiaodai is a member of our Li family. Her father was killed by Shinto Lang, yet you don't care. Are you worthy of being the patriarch? Since he was already sitting on the patriarch's seat, Li Tianhan didn't say anything pretentious like he didn't care about the position of patriarch. Li Taizhan said, Li Dajiang only has himself to blame. He can't blame anyone else. Li Tianhan, I'll give you one more chance. Piss off, or don't blame me for punishing you according to the clan's laws. It is a pity that you are no longer the patriarch. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Li Taizhan suddenly looked at Li Fuchen with a sharp gaze. When the elders are talking, how can a junior like you interrupt? And I would like to ask, why am I no longer the patriarch? You have already been deposed. Ha, deposed? Who deposed me? Li Taizhan laughed loudly. Me. Li Fuchen replied. With just you. Li Tiashan's body exploded with a fierce qi presence. No matter what the future held, today, he had to bring out the prowess of the patriarch. If not, who else would listen to him? Li Fuchen, you are rebelling. If your father doesn't come down, we will not be courteous anymore. The Li elders who were from the same faction as Li Taizhan all exploded with qi presences and unfriendly gazes. The other Li elders were hesitant and were prepared to wait and see. In an instant, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Your Li family sure is messy. If it was my Xiang clan, such a rebellious descendant would have long been executed. Xiang Jiayu looked like she was watching a show. Li Yunhe's expression was extremely gloomy. He replied, don't worry, this matter will not end so easily. Li Fuchen's entire family will be severely punished. Kiki. Li Fuchen let out a light laugh. Li Fuchen, what are you laughing at? Li Taizhan asked coldly. Li Fuchen replied, I am laughing at your overconfidence. Just a bunch of high-leveled origin realm martial artists and you dare to release your qi presence in front of me? Do you think I went to the Zhanglan sect for fun? As he spoke, Li Fuchen took a step forward and exploded with a horrifying qi presence. In an instant, the temperature in the hall rose by a lot. Under the pressure of Li Fuchen's qi presence, Li Taizhan and his group turned pale. Their bodies felt as though a giant boulder was pressing on them. It was extremely uncomfortable and even breathing was abnormally difficult. Qi presence suppression. How strong is his qi presence? In the conference hall, the observing Li elders were shocked. In general, a 9th-level origin realm martial artist wouldn't be able to suppress a 1st-level origin realm martial artist with his qi presence. Only at the Earth realm would one be able to truly use their qi presence to suppress their opponents. They didn't realize that Li Fuchen was already at the Earth realm. They thought that Li Fuchen cultivated a mystic class technique, which was why his qi presence was so strong. Of course, Li Fuchen only used a weak qi presence. If he burst out with his true qi presence, no one in the conference hall would be able to withstand it. If he intentionally used his qi presence, it would cause everyone's body to crumble. Li Fuchen, what are you trying to do? Are you rebelling? The Li clan will not tolerate your impudence. Right at this moment, outside the conference hall, a majestic qi presence shrouded over. This qi presence was too overwhelming. If Li Taizhan and his group's qi presence was a gentle breeze, then this qi presence was a violent gale. As this qi presence shrouded over, Li Taizhan and his group finally got rid of their burdens. While their faces were pale, their eyes had a flash of joy. The sky of the Li clan wasn't the patriarch or the elders guild, but the founder, Li Xianfeng. As long as the founder appeared, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do much. I was just waiting for you to come. Li Fuchen calmly looked at Li Xianfeng who walked into the conference hall. Li Xianfeng gave a slight nod to Xiang Jiayu, then turned to look at Li Fuchen and Li Tianhan. Noticing that Li Tianhan was sitting on the patriarch's seat, his eyes flashed with anger. Li Tianhan, how dare you? Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Without waiting for Li Tianhan to speak, Li Fuchen said, Li Xianfeng, you are my elder. By right, I should address you as great-grandfather. But during the Yunwu city's genius contest, just because you thought highly of Li Yunhai, you wanted me to lose to him on purpose. If that was the case, I would still address you as great-grandfather and founder when we meet today. But you shouldn't have vented your anger on my parents, removing my father from the patriarch's seat and demoting him to a branch lineage. Yes, you can do that, because in this world, the strong rules. You are the Li clan's #1 expert, I have nothing to say. How dare you address me by my name? Who gave you the guts? Before Li Fuchen could finish his words, Li Xianfeng was enraged. His qi presence enveloped Li Fuchen. The entire conference hall was in a state of turmoil. No one dared to make a sound, because the founder was truly enraged. Simply too arrogant. Li Yunhe was flabbergasted. He didn't think that Li Fuchen would address the founder by his name. This was simply lawless. Chapter 172. Fuchen. Under the pressure of Li Xuanfeng's qi presence, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan found it hard to breathe. They couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen nervously. After all, Li Fuchen was bearing the brunt of Li Xuanfeng's qi presence. This is your qi presence. Too weak. Li Fuchen remained composed. Li Xuanfeng's imposing qi presence couldn't affect his spirit and body at all. It was like a gentle breeze. At least in the eyes of the crowd, that was the feeling. Li Xuanfeng's pupils shrank and was about to speak. Let me show you what qi presence is. Without even needing to activate the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen activated the true inferno technique and released his qi presence. Boom! Like a raging tsunami, like a volcano eruption, a nearly tangible aura burst forth. In the eyes of the crowd, the entire meeting hall was clearly distorting. The ground was distorting, the pillars were distorting, the figures were distorting, the roof was distorting, the void was distorting, everything was distorting, and the feeling of touch was even more intense. It was as if they had fallen into a fiery hell. The scorching heat was disintegrating their soul and will. In an instant, everyone in the conference hall, except for Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan who were behind Li Fuchen, couldn't even move a finger. They all had a look of fear and their minds went blank. Qi presence wasn't just a qi presence, it was also a spirit will suppression. Under the pressure of Li Fuchen's qi presence, everyone's spirit will was completely warped. This caused their 5 senses to be affected. It was a known fact that even the prodigies of the 3 sects had to flee under Li Fuchen's qi presence. Right now, Li Xuanfeng's face was filled with shock and fear. Was he still human? Just his qi presence alone was enough to suppress him. He was at the 3rd level of the Earth realm and not some random nobody. Even Yunwu City's city lord, Shen Tu Jianhe couldn't use his qi presence to suppress him. But Li Xianfeng wasn't willing to give up and struggled to break Li Fuchen's qi presence. Li Fuchen let out a cold laugh as his qi presence continued to increase. Li Xuanfeng's face was flushed red and his body was trembling. Li Xianfeng, that day you deposed my father from the patriarch position and demoted him to a branch family. My Li Fuchen's family had nothing to say because we weren't strong enough. Now, what do you have to say? Li Fuchen shouted. Li Xianfeng gritted his teeth, wanting to say something, but after a long while, he didn't make a sound. What else could he say? Who would have known that Li Fuchen's progress was so astonishing? In just a few years, he actually soared from the Qi realm to the Earth realm. Furthermore, it wasn't a regular Earth realm martial artist. A regular Earth realm martial artist wouldn't even be able to match up to 10% of Li Fuchen's Qi presence. His heart was filled with anger and regret. In short, his emotions were extremely complicated. Fuchen, you have progressed to the Earth realm? Li Tianhan finally asked this question. Li Fuchen nodded. Dad, Mom, Fuchen didn't disappoint you. Half a month ago, I progressed to the first level of the Earth realm and became a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. True disciple. Li Tianhan's body trembled as he turned to look at his wife, Shen Yuyan. He found that Shen Yuyan's face was already covered in tears. A true disciple, what kind of concept was that? Except for the main city's city lord, all the other city lords had a status lower than a direct disciple. It could be said that after the inner sect elders, a direct disciple had the highest status. Even outer sect elders couldn't compare. Yunwu City hasn't had a Azure Water sect direct disciple for at least 100 years. Most importantly, Li Fuchen was only 19 years old this year. He was 16 years away from 35 years old. A direct disciple who progressed to the Earth realm at the age of 30 would definitely have a lower status than Li Fuchen. The heavens are too kind to me, Li Tianhan. I have no regrets in this life. Li Tianhan let out a long sigh, unable to control his emotions. At this moment, the patriarch and the Li clan weren't important anymore. Hearing Li Fuchen admit that he was at the first level of the Earth realm, Li Taizhan and the rest almost fainted. How was this possible? A normal bone frame actually progressed to the Earth realm at the age of 19 and became a direct disciple of the Azure Water sect. Was there any justice in this world? Li Yunhe's face was extremely pale. He stared blankly at Li Fuchen with a sorrowful heart. He realized that he would never be able to catch up to Li Fuchen in this lifetime. They were both 19 years old, but Li Fuchen was an Earth realm martial artist, while he was just a Qi realm martial artist. How could they even compare? Young Patriarch Fuchen, we know our mistakes, please have mercy. Those Li clan elders who were close to Li Taizhan all panicked. Withdrawing his Qi presence, Li Fuchen ignored the presence of these people and said, from today onwards, Li Tianshan's position as patriarch shall be replaced by my father, Li Tianhan. Father, I will leave the rest to you to handle. Li Fuchen wasn't the Li clan's patriarch after all. Overstepping his authority to dismiss Li Taizhan was already against the rules. Handing over the clan's matters to his father was the best choice. Taking a deep breath, Li Tianhan nodded and spoke slowly. Li Taizhan, as the previous patriarch, you didn't uphold justice for your clansmen. Instead, you got close to the person who killed your clansmen and accepted their pills. I punish you. Li Tianhan was clear about the Li clan's matters. As long as there was a mistake, he would punish it. As for Li Xianfeng, he was still the founder of the Li clan. Even if he didn't have any merits, he still put in a lot of effort. Punishing the founder in public would cause him to lose the support of the people. Thus, Li Tianhan ignored Li Xianfeng. He believed that after this incident, Li Xianfeng wouldn't dare to flaunt his founder's prowess anymore. Just as Li Tianhan was handing out the punishment, Xiang Jiayu spoke, Uncle Li Tianshan's position as patriarch cannot be dismissed. Li Fuchen, you have overstepped your authority. The Li clan might be a small clan in her eyes, but no matter what, a patriarch's position was still important. Xiang Jiayu's future husband couldn't be a normal person. The title of young patriarch was much better. You are an outsider. What right do you have to interfere with my Li clan's matters? Li Tianhan frowned. He knew of Xiang Jiayu's identity. If it was someone else, he would have thrown her out long ago. I, Xiang Jiayu, say what I want to say. There is no need for me to do anything. Xiang Jiayu spoke indifferently. Li Fuchen sneered, who are you? Silver Rich City Xiang clan's disciple, Xiang Jiayu. Li Fuchen, you might be a direct disciple, but this matter is related to me, Xiang Jiayu. So you better take a step back. Others might be afraid of Li Fuchen, but she wasn't. Her cousin brother had already become a direct disciple a few years ago. Li Fuchen replied, you probably don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. To tell you the truth, even if you, the Xiang clan patriarch, or the Silver Rich City's city lord is here, you don't have the qualifications to make me take a step back. Get out of the conference hall now, or else don't blame me for locking you up and asking your Xiang clan to come and get your people. Li Fuchen, don't you dare. My cousin brother, Xiang Tianxiang, has already become a direct disciple a few years ago. I dare you to touch me. Xiang Jiayu screamed. Xiang Tianxiang, I have heard of him. A mere silver class direct disciple and you dare to use him to scare me? Get lost. Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent Xiang Jiayu flying with a gust of wind. Li Yunhe had a change in expression. Li Fuchen wasn't even afraid of the Silver Rich City's city lord and even said that Xiang Jiayu's cousin brother was only a silver class direct disciple. Then how terrifying was his own identity? Not daring to say a word, Li Yunhe chased after Li Fuchen. Everyone in the conference hall was stunned again. Chapter 173. While Li Tianhan was punishing everyone, the meeting hall was completely silent. After the punishment, no one left. What a joke, with Li Fuchen around, who would dare to leave, not even the ancestor. Li Fuchen glanced at the crowd before his eyes landed on Li Taizhan. What is the matter with Li Xiaodie's father being killed? If you dare to say a word, don't blame me for being merciless. Li Taizhan was already scared out of his wits and didn't dare to hide anything. He even revealed the fact that he accepted 5 yellow class, high-tier pills from the Shintu clan. His only thought now was to obediently accept his punishment. He didn't dare to have any other thoughts. He was even glad that he didn't push things too far. If not, today's outcome wouldn't be like this. Li Fuchen might even kill to establish his dominance. Send Li Xiaodai in. Li Fuchen instructed a Li clan's elder. Li Xiaodai obviously didn't know that Li Fuchen had already subdued the upper echelons of the Li clan. Seeing that all the upper echelons were present in the conference hall, she couldn't help but kneel down. Her eyes were filled with tears as she spoke stubbornly, "May the Li clan seek justice for Xiaodai." "Xiaodai, stand up," Li Fuchen said. Li Xiaodai hesitantly looked at the Li family ancestor and Li Taizhan. Li Taizhan said, "The young patriarch told you to get up. Why aren't you getting up?" Li Fuchen glared at her, "Since when is it your turn to speak?" "Xiaodai, don't be afraid. If you have any grievances, tell me. I, Li Fuchen, will help you. Those who deserve to be killed shall be killed, those who deserve to be punished shall be punished. None shall be spared." This time, he did not plan to live a peaceful life in Cloud Mist City. He wanted to change the sky of Cloud Mist City. Li Xiaodai wasn't a fool. Li Fuchen casually reprimanded Li Taizhan, but no one dared to say anything. It let her know that today's Li Fuchen was no longer the Li Fuchen of the past. Thinking of the grievances and sadness she suffered for the past month, she couldn't help but cry loudly. Her voice was miserable and made people cry. Li Fuchen didn't urge him to speak, but silently looked at him and allowed him to cry to his heart's content. After a long time, Li Xiaodai stopped crying. Li Fuchen spoke gently, "Stand up first. If you have any grievances, tell your big brother Fuchen." Big brother Fuchen. Li Xiaodai stood up with a flash of warmth in her eyes. During this period of time, only Li Fuchen's family brought her warmth. If not, she would have already collapsed. Wiping away her tears, Li Xiaodai told the whole story in much more detail than Li Taizhan. As Li Xiaodai spoke of this matter, many of the upper echelons in the hall were ashamed. They wanted to bury their heads in the ground. Li Fuchen's eyes were getting more and more severe. Traces of murderous qi were drifting from his body. The Shintu family clan deserved death. It all started a few months ago. As she grew older, Li Xiaodai became more and more slender and elegant. Although she couldn't be compared to a beauty like Guan Shui, she was still considered a famous beauty in Yunwu City. One day in Cloud Mist City, Shen Tulang bumped into Li Xiaodai, and was instantly attracted by her beauty. This Shintu Lang took advantage of the fact that he was the Shintu family clan's old master and had a high status. Usually, he would bully others. Previously, in order to snatch the wife of a small family clan's patriarch, he had framed and caused the small family clan to collapse. As he was used to being arrogant and despotic, Shintu Lang immediately ordered his underlings to capture Li Xiaodai. Unfortunately, that day, his father Li Tianhan accompanied his mother Shin Yuyan to shop in Yunwu City. When he saw his clansmen being bullied, he naturally made a move to chase Shintu Lang away. Maybe it was because of him, Shintu Lang didn't dare to take revenge on his own parents. But he wanted to obtain Li Xiaodai's heart. He didn't die and asked the Li clan's patriarch, Li Taizhan, to betroth Li Xiaodai to him as a concubine. Li Xiaodai naturally didn't agree. Li Xiaodai's father, Li Dajiang, also sternly rejected. They originally thought that this matter was over. But 1 month ago, Li Dajiang and Li Xiaodai came to Yunwu City again and wanted to buy some things. But they were stopped by Shintu Lang, who came after hearing the news. Seeing that his daughter was about to be kidnapped, Li Dajiang exploded and tried his best to resist. A pity that Li Dajiang was just a low-leveled origin realm martial artist. How could he be a match for Shintu Lang and his men? He was knocked down in just a few moves and was severely injured. Maybe he felt that his prestige was damaged. After severely injuring Li Dajiang, Shintu Lang didn't stop. He stepped on Li Dajiang's body step by step until Li Dajiang was trampled to death. Finally, he said to Li Xiaodai that if he didn't forcefully kidnap her today, there would be a day when she would obediently come to his bed. If not, her only mother would not be able to be protected. That day, Li Xiaodai's mother fell sick and was bedridden. What happened next was the matter that Li Xiaodai begged Li Taizhan to seek justice for her every day for the past month. Trash, normal trash. What use does the Li clan have for people like you? With a burst of killing intent, Li Fuchen's chi presence was released once again. Those who were involved were sent flying by Li Fuchen's chi presence and vomited blood, including the Li clan's founder, Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng, you are the founder of the Li clan. So what if you are an Earth Realm martial artist? You don't even care about your own clansmen. You don't even have the heart of an expert. No wonder our Li clan has fallen to such a state. Li Taizhan, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you are qualified to be the Li clan patriarch? You are just a despicable person. I really want to kill you. And you bunch of elders, all of you only know how to fight for power and benefits. Following whichever side is stronger. What difference is there between you and a lackey? Li Fuchen's incisive words caused those who were sent flying to feel their mouths go dry. Especially Li Taizhan, when he felt Li Fuchen's killing intent, he quickly knelt down. Taizhan knows his mistake. I hope Patriarch will punish me heavily and spare my life. Finishing his statement, he looked at Li Tianhan with a pleading look. Li Tianhan didn't have any emotions. Death can be spared, but punishment cannot be forgiven. Men, lock him up. Li Xiaodai was stunned. Was this still the youth from the past? In just a few years, he had grown into a towering tree and was no longer a young youth that could be trampled upon. Father, I will leave the rest to you. Xiaodai, follow me to the Shintu clan. Li Fuchen said to Li Xiaodai. Li Tianhan couldn't help but ask, Fuchen, what are you going to the Shintu clan for? His intuition told him that Li Fuchen wouldn't handle this matter gently. To kill. Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen grabbed onto Li Xiaodai's shoulder and flew out of the conference hall. Once Li Fuchen left, most of the people felt their bodies go soft. But none of them dared to leave. Yunwu City, City Lord Residence. The Shintu clan was the City Lord's clan. The clan's location was naturally the City Lord residence at the center of the city. Who is it? Stop right now, do you want to die? Rumble. The tightly shut main door of the City Lord residence was blasted away along with the door. Li Fuchen was in front and Li Xiaodai was at the back. The two of them walked into the city lord residence one after another. Along the way, the city lord residence guards that came to stop them were all sent flying by Li Fuchen's chi presence. There was no need for him to make a move. Where is Shin Tu Lang? Come out and accept your death. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.